Lance. That's a first. Or even a first. Snagged and bagged. What ho and welcome. Let me update the boards. Dustin, you took too long grabbing that steel chair. What ho and welcome, friends. Come on in, come on in. Bring your galoshes, because it's time for some downpour. PVS, what ho and welcome. Kakazi, what ho and welcome. Ikaboons. Ah, you're right. The steel chair isn't for getting first, it's for dealing with first. Come on in, friends, come on in. We've got Schadenfreude, we've got games industry banter. We have some of those good times they like to talk about. And the sheer cacophony of games cannot be understated. While I've been going through the games news this morning, Jess has been going through like keys being given away on varying sites for, you know, press and PR and coverage, and the deluge of games that are exceptional cannot be understated. Hang on, let me let Longship know. Okay. And Legend, what ho and welcome. Oh, you're getting your thwacking practice ready. Yeah. I'm thinking it'll be like first week of May. The John Deere Enjoyer, what ho and welcome. Catastros, hello, hello. Okay. Alright. Lance, I haven't had a chance to do any of the friends and family playtests of Truck-kun. But that one looks brilliant. If you haven't seen it, one of Strange Scaffold's upcoming games is supporting the hero in another world, where you drive the aforementioned truck of every isekai, and you just ram the shit out of stuff, thus yeeting it into an isekai world to support the hero. Kind of like a psychotic, crazy taxi.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Hello. Hope you're well today, Will, especially since I have a personal tradition to do.
What, MDH? Belated birthday dab. Alright. I'm here. Look, we got Rain World to do. And that's what's important. We got good banter, good friends, and good games. And I guess starting the day with a shame dab, so there we go. Still hate you. Randombees, motto and welcome. Avatar! The dab economy has become basically the squat economy. Vanderbeest, seriously, thank you for filling the pie glass, alright? Alright, and some stats, some dabs to get going. What, Lance? Little Fire gets the credit for those. I did acquire official Baja sauce, thus making them legit as fuck. But no, the actual creation of them was Jess's. So it's like you get like a flatbread and then bake that and then layer it over. It's so good. It was so good. Okay. Oh. Okay. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Okay. So come on in, friends, come on in.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Oh, would you look at that? 47 months, that's almost a year.
That's almost 1 whole year. You are very good at maths. Mega Boss and MDH, both of you. Thank you. Come on in, friends, come on in. So yeah, we are returning to Rain World. We have 2 new story endings for the Watcher to start questing towards, plus a couple of other little details. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be real good. There is something to be said about how everyone's general vibe towards Death Stranding 2 is kind of like... Even I'm struggling to like... Hey! Moo indeed. You set up the splash and you made it happen. DJ Coil, Watto, and welcome. And Dustin, sorry, I lost the name of that title you mentioned, although, I mean, one, Puzzle Sicko Squad, we're on Blueprints for a while, and you've been sadly absent from Puzzle Sicko Squad, which has been very heartbreaking, but Blueprints has been so good, and there's so much more. Honestly, once we're done with Blueprints, though, it's going to be Ratline. Alright, Dustin, what makes this Puzzle Sicko? Because, like, I'm seeing, like, a matchy, shapey... Okay, this is the game that Dustin was mentioning. Like, I'm seeing, like, a matchy, shapey... and Lance, where about in the UK are you going? Nah, if it's gonna be Puzzle Sicko Squad, like, it's gotta be Tunic tier. It's gotta be Obra Dinn tier, right? I mean, this is lovely, you know? These kinds of, like, you know, visualization puzzles and stuff like that are feckin' great. But for us, for the Puzzle Sicko Squad, it's gotta be more. So yeah. Legends said they've also been speculating, but I wonder if Death Stranding 2 has been an atmosphere issue. We're not learning the world, we're dealing with bureaucracy. You know what? That might be it. And knowing we're getting bullshitted in Death Stranding has kind of been... It's been a hard one to swallow. Well, DJ Cool, it's got to be something special. And Catastros, the cap here is still 50 in a day. We haven't hit it, really. Because, like, something like this is very cool. It's done okay. It's done good since its January release. But, like, okay. This is the next one that I have on the docket for when we've cleared Blueprints, which isn't going to be anytime soon. But, like, you know, so this is the root trees are dead, but you are trying to track down Nazis in hiding and fucking take them out. So it's not just we're doing, like, you know, detective-style lateral thinking puzzles. We're also killing Nazis. Like, let's fucking go. You know, Tunic wasn't just a Metroidvania. it was a language deciphering puzzle that was so evocative of anyone who's tried to play a Japanese cartridge. You know. But yeah, no, jumping back. You know what it is? Just jumping back real quick is Death Stranding 1 is such a story of hope. Like, you're having a positive influence on the world, but because the signposting in Death Stranding 2 is so overt, you know you're doing a bad thing. No, Dustin, it's not levels. Think about it like this. Like, is a puzzle game just a, you know, rotatey block solvey thing, or is there more to it? You know, it's got to hit pretty high on the quality threshold to proc, you know what I mean? Or something that everybody can do together. The thing about those visualization puzzles is you can't play that as a group. By the time you lot have all worked it out, I'm ahead on the stream. Oh, TR49 is also another banger. And that's Inkle. We do support our Inkle homies. You know, Rise the Golden Idol. God, we haven't even done the DLC for that one. But like, that one has a meta puzzle between all of the different segments, which was so cool. I've heard that the Seance of Blake Manor might also be another one. Sorry, I'm doing that thing again where I talk about a game I don't show you. Yeah, this is the Seance of Blake Manor, which might be on our list. And as I recently finished the 7.5 Deaths of Evelyn Hardcastle, so I am down for some Downton Abbey horror nonsense. But yeah. J-Post. Did anyone see J-Post? I didn't see J-Post. No one here by that name. Thank you, friend. Seriously. Okay. But, you know, the thing I found really interesting is I had a little bit of time over the weekend, and I couldn't find the spark to jump into Death Stranding 2, because, like, it's the gameplay from the first one, which I love. But again, it's like the thematics are so much more depressing. You know that you're getting fucked over, and you know that you're doing bad, because you're a grown-up with, you know, a little bit of understanding of subtlety, and yet you still have to play through. So even if you enjoy the experience from just a purely gameplay standpoint, from a narrative standpoint, you are not the bad guy, but you are clearly working for the bad guy. I don't know. Because, like, I was feeling it too, you know? So, yeah. So, with Death Stranding 2 on ice, today, we return to Rain World, and I am so fucking stoked. For those of you who did not see, so when we played The Watcher is right when it dropped. There were no achievements, and there were 2 endings. Since then, 2 more endings have been added, leading towards what's considered the true ending. Which will be interesting. I don't know anything about it narratively. I don't even know actually how we're gonna get it, but I just know that it exists. Will it be as difficult as getting the Prince ending? I don't fucking know. Sorry, just bear with me a second. I figure I should let... Oh, the other thing is, this will probably be our next hubris counter game if we want it. Because we'll have to start from the beginning of the Watcher. I won't talk about any spoiler stuff for Rain World until we kind of get into it, but if you watch the last run, you know what I mean. Okay, yep, alright, we'll get the... It's just a little guy. Okay. Blue Sky has been posted. Discord has been notified. We've got so much cool game news stuff to talk about as well. I guess where to start? We've got multiple flavors of hubris come alive. I still can't really talk about the BAFTA game stuff because as a BAFTA Games member, yeah. Boy, howdy. Okay. Theodora, Watto, and welcome. To mention it without commentary, I will say this. During the BAFTA Game Awards last week, there was an indie game about some pretty heavy topics that was supposed to be featured with a trailer. The developer of this game has said that they were informed that their trailer had been pulled from the show due to content, and they were given no further communication. Even when like emailing back and saying like, hey, I can do a different trailer, or can we do something else, they got radio silence from BAFTA. Now obviously that's not a thing that I would want to happen to any of my indie dev homies, especially if they had a big thing planned. I do not believe that BAFTA have made a public statement yet in response. A little streak, a little fire. Actually, Twitch better not ruin this for me. Oh, okay, no, so BAFTA have made a statement. They said, we made a compliance decision not to show the trailer of an unreleased game that contains themes that may be triggering for some, in consideration of our guests, as we were not in a position to significantly warn them. We fully support games engaged with difficult subjects, and we made a decision in relation to our event only, and the well-being of guests is a priority. All I can do is sip my coffee. Well, okay, DJ Coil, you're right that watch streaks are a gamification element. However, You'll notice I don't shout them out because like I don't want to gamify people's constant watching of everything. And the thing about the watch streaks is it comes from TikTok, where you can have streaks with your friends for sending them like memes back and forth. They also have a thing called streak pets on TikTok, which back when TikTok was good, I actually, me and Little Fire had our strange flame baby, Molly Tov. Good times. Yeah, rip to Molly Tov. Rod Sir Watto and welcome. Coming in, coming in. Oh yeah, no, and Dustin, the thing... let's move on. As a BAFTA Games member, I am privy to a lot of discussion and conversation that I can't relay or talk about on a recordable format. It will be interesting to see if more than just the whoopsie doodle is their response moving forward. Yeah. I wanted you all to know I'm aware of it. Hey.
This stream attendance sponsored by fucking pollen goes back to dying.
Oh. Beadora, thank you for 90 months and at a tier 2. It's very cool of you. Sorry the pollen stuff is wrecking face. Anyway, we've got a lot of game news to talk about. Some of it is extremely funny. So, do you want, like, funny haha funny or funny Schadenfreude funny first? Legend, essentially, yeah. I mean, y'all can talk about it. I'm the one who has to shut my aforementioned whore mouth. Okay, let's go haha funny. Okay. So, the mental decline of the individual running Build a Rocket Boy continues to be the funniest shit ever. If you are unaware of the situation, so Mind's Eye came out earlier this year, and it did not go down well. Mind's Eye as a game is Cyberpunk Grand Theft Auto, but it's thematically incredibly bland, and at launch, it was technically very unstable. It garnered a lot of negative attention. It was supposed to be another content generation platform, essentially, like where everybody would make missions and areas and worlds and share them with each other outside of the game's main story. It was very much one of those like business model first type projects, which, with the CEO coming from Rockstar, makes a creepy amount of sense. Anyway, it's not been going over very well. But rather than handle this in a normal and healthy manner, the CEO has been citing a conspiracy that YouTubers and corporate sabotage is out to destroy his project. So much so, in fact, that he had spyware installed, monitoring software installed on all the office computers, to which their union is now going, legal time. I think this is extremely funny. As Jess and I were talking about this morning over coffee, and I was just like, bad games can happen. You can put your whole life into a game, and it can launch broken. And it can be fixed. It can be fixed at the corporate level, and it can be fixed at an indie level, But there are certain things it requires, and one of those is a level of, humility. You have to be aware of what is broken about your game, why it is broken, right? And then work to fix that. The thing with Build a Rocket Boy is the guy has gone so far the other way. Like, his plan was perfect. His game was brilliant. I'm not wrong. It's sabotage. The Beastie Boys were very clear about this one. And I just find this infinitely funny. Because, like, there are certain things you can't say if you launch a bad game, right? As much as it would be lovely that we lived in a world where if a game like, I'm going to use Cyberpunk as an example, Cyberpunk comes out and then CD Projekt Red like, yeah, we thought we could fix it in time, we fucked up, we're sorry. They can't say that because it opens them up to a lot of legal nonsense. Now, should games companies get taken to task if they hype up a game beyond all recognition and then, like, know it's broken and still sell it anyway? No. However, not everybody on the consumer side fights for the user. There are a lot of predatory legal groups that do class action suits and things like that. And Fable 6, CD Projekt Red did fix it. They put a lot of time and effort into it, and then essentially did a second push using Edge Runners as a marketing asset, combined with their like version 2 overhaul. And hey, they turned that ship around. You know, Hello Games is probably the most famous example of that. No Man's Sky launched bland and broken and boring, actively not doing the things that they said it did, but they just kept on trucking. Final Fantasy 14. I don't think we should use 14 as an example though, because what they did with 14 is fucking unhinged. And I still, through this day, I'm just like... for those who don't know, Final Fantasy 14, they basically launched it, it had a horrible launch, and then whilst maintaining 14 with a live user base, made a completely newer, better game at the same time. Like, they were essentially developing 2 games at once. Like, we'll never know just how hard they crunched for that one.
Hello, I have reached Ultra Instinct. I can feel everything in my body. My eyes are squinting hard. Wait, I'm sleep deprived.
You need to sleep in your bed, not in a chair. And Akari, like, thank you for... I mean, 47 months is legendary, but, like, the amount you put in, like, seriously, thank you. No, like, Brad, Cigarette, killing the old game is the least insane thing they did with Final Fantasy XIV. The narrative conceit of, like, dooming the old world while moving everyone over is very clever. It's just, so you're doing your day job, and you're already working very hard. And then it goes so poorly that you must take up a second job at the same time as you are still doing your existing job. Like, you'll get how much that is, right? Like, yeah, sorry, I'm not just trying to downplay it. Like, whenever I talk about stuff like this is like, the games that you love are so much more impressive than people give them credit for. And it's people will often be like, man, 14, they turned that around, and oh, it's so cute, they made the old world, they destroyed it, and they moved everyone over. Yeah, but they were building that new world, whilst also maintaining the old one that nobody liked. Like... God. Anyway, this Build a Rocket Boy stuff is so fascinating, because dude could just be like, oh no, like, it didn't launch in the state we wanted it to, but, you know, we think we can get there, you know. But he's gone mad. He's gone mad. Like, he's gone mad. And it's going to continue. The only thing I can think of is the Simpsons bit with Mr. Burns and the spruce caboose. Get in. Sir, that's a model. Get in. Yeah, Fable 6, this is mine's, I think. What would have happened if Final Fantasy XIV 2 had failed? That whole team would have just been nuked. No, Kakazi, it's not off topic. It's valid to discuss. Like, and Hoffers, what time welcome. Loads of people here are Final Fantasy XIV aficionados. And it's not that they are wrong. It's that I don't think people stop and think about how huge a thing is. So, like, we talk about No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky launched, received a horrible reception, but with Hello Games being mostly independent, they kept all the cash, and they just used that to keep improving and updating. We're over 10 years on now, and No Man's Sky is a huge, sprawling game that they really wanted to make. Like CD Projekt Red, they launched Cyberpunk, was not where they wanted it to be. So they crunched, got it to version 2, did a push, and that's awesome. But 14, they were still maintaining 14 while making, 14-2. They were making 2 games at once. Like, that's why it's so huge. Like, I don't know. We've been talking a lot about, you know, the quality threshold and, you know, the woes of the varying different game industries and whatnot. But it's worth noting that, like, Brad, I don't know what you mean by R. Acronyms are the bane of my life. Now, A Realm Reborn. Okay, just remember, acronyms are the bane of conversation. One of the things. Oh, am I getting Miku'd out? Getting over Miku'd. Yeah. Let me grab that thought and pull it back. It is important to celebrate these things and talk about them in the proper sense. Like, it's not that people are wrong about Final Fantasy XIV. It's that it's so much more impressive than people give it credit for. I've been thinking about the Will Actually videos and finally doing that video on Wanted Dead. And it was really hard talking about it and everyone being like, I really like Jacob Geller's video on it. And I'm like, his video is fine. He noticed a few of the things that I noticed, which was real cool. If I make that video, I'm obviously going to get compared. But the thing that irks me is how he doesn't look at it. He doesn't talk about like a massive achievement it is. Like, from a development standpoint. Like, imagine... God. Anyway, don't even get me started on Wanted Dead. We're not there. We've got so much game news to talk about. Well, and Sagara, when you stop and think about it, like, how many games have actually had the chance to do that? Usually within the publisher cycle, everything has to make profit within the year, the quarter, etc. You know, to relaunch something like that, you're essentially saying, all right, this year, it's gonna tank. But if we do this, we can pull it back around and it will make more money down the line. But that really kind of flies in the face of publicly traded company stuff. Hello Games could do it because they own their own shit. Same with CD Projekt Red, right? And yeah, DJ Quill, No Man's Sky doing it. It's just, they've just been grinding. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't say grinding. They've just been adding features, improving the core base game year in, year out. And see, that's the thing, like, Sagara, like, think about how many companies have tried to do that and actually done it in earnest. You know? EA does this thing where they'll say they're gonna give a game like an overhaul, and they did nothing. Like, Anthem never got support or a big push. They said they were gonna do like a big Anthem 1.0, but what actually happened? Skeleton Crew got to do the barest minimum of stuff to maintain it, and then, oh well, users didn't go up, so die in a fire. Now, I do agree with what Kakazi is saying. Square Enix are basically the Jane Austen... I'm trying to give a good example. More like a Charles Dickens family, in that Final Fantasy is the beautiful firstborn child who will inherit the throne and can do no wrong. The other children are whipped and fed gruel and kept under the stairs. Like, you can clearly see in Square Enix titles the games that they support and the games that they don't. And the games they support tend to start with the words Final Fantasy. That's just how they be. They know where their aforementioned bread be buttered, and it has a spiky hair and a buster sword. Alright? Now, that doesn't mean... Dragon Quest is big in Japan. Dragon Quest is not Final Fantasy VII big. Like, look at how much money the Final Fantasy VII Remake trilogy has gotten. And... you know... You notice they're not putting an AI chatbot in any of their Final Fantasy products. Now, Dragon Quest does get the royal treatment in the home territories. So it's not quite the beaten child. But actually, let's have a look at what Square have been publishing at the moment. Okay. Squeenix. Okay, let's have a look at what their publishing lineup is at the moment. So we had Paranorma Sight. Oh, Killer Inn. Remember Killer Inn? Probably not. Killer Inn is Werewolf with Guns. Fantasia Neo Dimension. Let's see what they've got coming up. Oh, The Adventures of Elliot, The Millennium Tales, of course. Favor 6. Power Washing Sim isn't Squeenix anymore. Power Washing Sim went independent, which is why they're losing a lot of those licensing deals. Vanderbeast? No! And after third birthday, I hope they never fucking touch that IP again. I'm still mad. I'm still angry. And it's been several years. No. Numbers. You're missing my point. I'm not mocking, I'm not mocking this. So this is The Adventures of Elliot Millennium Tales. My point being is that how many people here is this the first time you've heard
First thing
of
anyone
this?
types to an AI NPC should be, "Hey chatbot, find me a way to get in-game currency for free and break this game's economy." D.
Scotty, seriously, thank you for the 200. And seeing people do that in Where the Winds Meet made me laugh so hard. Because, get fucked, you deserve it. For those who don't know, Where the Winds Meet uses AI chatbots for the NPCs, and people worked out how to break the chatbots into giving them free shit. Oh, couldn't have happened to a nicer man. But no, like, this is one of those things where, like, the business of a company and what they put out are two different things. What I am saying is that this actually looks fucking great. I don't know when I would have time to play, like, a big RPG like this, but this is a great example of you know, Golden Age Square with a budget. Back when they were just making RPGs about anything and they were all gold. But 50p in a bag of skips, they will barely promote this. Because it's not Final Fantasy. Like, pixel art characters in the 3D world, Bravely Default style, let's go. They seem to be like pencil shadings, like whoever this little like Fey kid is in the corner, the very clever use of like limited anims on chatting characters. Like, this is the Square I fell in love with. Admittedly, it was with Front Mission. Don't even get me fucking started on how Square's been treating Front Mission. Giving it to the dodgy bloke down the street so he can do an AI up-resed re-release. Yeah, fuck off, mate. What Rod's that's the thing. This game will sell what it sells regardless. Okay, the way Square treat titles like this is that games like this will sell what they sell, whether or not they put the weight of the Square Enix machine behind it. So they just don't. Yeah, this is cozy. And then we find out it's actually about some like
Captain on the bridge.
Oh!
Still waiting on an answer to the ultimate question.
41. Wait, no, hang on. Shit. Jamami, fucking thank you. How you doing? Watto and welcome. No, it's like Favor 6. They don't need Square Enix money anymore. They must have bought themselves out of their contract. Because independently, they've worked, like, the latest Power Wash Sim DLC is Adventure Time, and it looks brilliant. But yeah, and this is just one of those things, like, Square Enix are a good publisher if they put their weight behind it, and mostly they only do that for Final Fantasy. EA are terrible and bad. They'll promise you the world while you're signing things, and then they will strip you for parts. Like, to have your game published by EA, at least back in the day, is to wake up in a bathtub full of ice. Yeah, Little Fire, spot on. I don't need Dad's money anymore. I have my own money. I don't need Papa Square Enix to pay for my stuff. Oh, is Blue Sky down again? Okay, well, it's up for me at the moment. But that's extremely funny. Oh, for those who don't know, so last week, Blue Sky was experiencing a lot of service interruptions. They vibe coded their own like self DDoSing nonsense, and one of the main engineers kept saying like, "Vibe coding's the future. You just don't get it." Broke their own site. Fucking brilliant. But yeah, we did get off topic, but the topic being is that, like, one of those things where the shamanistic, the things that we understand either as users or as just Longshipians, i.e. if you take a game with a huge following that has a rocky release, you can turn it around, doesn't work in a purely business sense, because it means that you have to actively not make profit for a year. So, you know, Mind's Eye could have turned itself around. Now, the reason I say could is because, like, you don't come back from the level of madness that has taken root in its CEO. And if you missed the start of the story, it's basically he installed spyware on all his employees' computers because he's convinced of corporate sabotage. Whether or not there is corporate sabotage happening, we don't know, but you have to tell your employees when you're spying on them. You have to tell them that. It's actually kind of a big deal. You're right. If you, I imagine it like that fucking like the talking penguin from fucking Red Dwarf, which won't translate as a reference. But if I tell them, they won't know. Next bit of... so that was our funny news. Is it still up on Steam? No, that's Into the Grid. Is it still up on Steam? I hope it is. Off the grid, not into the grid. It is still up. Hasn't been pulled yet. Welcome to Off the Grid, the next-gen free-to-play battle royale from visionary director Niall Blomkamp. Set in a near-future world where contestants are cybernetically augmented and dropped into a televised blood sport. Death is temporary, but fame is for just kidding. Just kidding. This whole thing is a horseshit show. This is a... well, I should say... I want to talk about it in the past tense because there's no way this is coming back. So this is a crypto play-to-earn third-person shooter that apparently had Neil Blomkamp involved, but we haven't really seen anything. It has been the news lately that the studio had just kind of stopped paying people, allegedly. Allegedly! And is now apparently getting to the point of having like a $100,000 bill on unpaid contractors and people. So this is your Schadenfreude. As I said to Little Fire, it's not quite biscotti, but it's still delicious. Like, honestly, friends, I'm never in the business of saying... I'm never in the business of dunking on games directly, right? Because any game could be someone's favorite game. And I bet a bunch of people who work on games like this, you know, they genuinely care about it. And it feels bad to pull it apart. Except for, this is such a dystopian piece of horse shit from the ground up that, honestly, you can feel no guilt in this failing. Now, if you're wondering, hey Will, what the fuck do you mean play to earn, P2E? So basically, it's a battle royale, but the things that you find in-game and the things that you grab are essentially yours to sell for crypto. And it's this philosophy of, like, when you're the crypto bros wanted this, like, thing where whenever you're playing a game, you're actually earning money. They wanted this whole thing where you could, like, you know, sell all the items that you get in game to other people. You know, like that visionary movie, Ready Player One. Now, I can't even begin to deconstruct the ways in which play to earn is a bad idea. It makes for a bad game. Because, like, if any of you have played, like, any kind of multiplayer games, sometimes you get stomped. Maybe it's because there were technical issues. Maybe it's because someone was cheating. Maybe it's because someone was just that much better than you, and you get your ass handed to you. Okay, to anyone except Little Fire, that happens. But imagine that happens, but on your character, you just lost essentially your rent money. So, Tnoff, that one was fascinating because the people playing that fish-based card game for money essentially created like a dark web, the equivalent of like a gold farming ring. Like, people were getting cards and things and passing them up the chain to essentially like card barons. It's fucked up. Right? Play to earn is messed up on so many levels. It can only make for an unpleasant experience. And if you think the situation with cheating is bad in like extraction shooters, which don't really matter. Like, and I don't mean that they don't matter. Like, if you're playing them and you're enjoying them, then that's fucking great. But it's not like you just lost money. Like, imagine you spend money on guns and then you get killed. Like, this is absolutely the do not make the Torment Nexus game. Now, DJ Coil, you are correct there, that if selling gold to players pays better than minimum wage, there will always be a gold farming industry in poorer regions. God. Sorry, my brain went to a very dark point, and we're not going to go down that thread. Anyway, off the grid was always a fucking stupid idea. But the crypto bros were like, yeah, no Blom comp, and it's all... Basically, they've been trying to fake it throughout the, what's called the crypto winter. The crypto winter was the crypto bros saying that, no, it's not that Bitcoin is dead. It's not that people really hate the idea of NFTs. Nah, this is the winter before the summer. Like, it just hasn't caught on yet. Like, real Kungan water, you know, piece of a heart, crystal healing, multi-level marketing nonsense. Yeah, and Mega Boss, I mean, if the finals wasn't riddled with AI shit, then that would be a good example. Fuck those guys. And this is the thing, is like, I do miss back in the day where we didn't have to look into this shit, right? You know, we fought back against NFTs and crypto stuff because it essentially wanted to turn video games into an industry where we would have had to pay for our items. And essentially, what these companies wanted was something similar to what Steam has with the Steam Marketplace, where, sure, we're just selling back and forth to each other. The company's not selling things, but we have to buy them to play the game, and they're always taking a cut. Because digital items don't exist. Like, if you buy a t-shirt from somewhere, that is a physical t-shirt that must come from a printing house to a warehouse to a shipping unit to you, right? There are several steps along there that would eat into quote-unquote profits, but digital items, they exist in the ether. And they want a situation where we're buying and selling to each other, they do nothing and get all the profit.
Bitcoin is alive and well, it's just not still going up at a 60-degree line on a graph sheet. That's why they don't like it anymore. They've all pivoted to wanky coin or some such nonsense.
Okay, well, Scotty, you're right that actual Bitcoin itself still exists. That has not completely dissipated. And Scotty, thank you for the 200. The thing was, though, all of those different NFT projects, they all have their own different currency, which they also control. So, wildly unregulated currency that could disappear at any second. The concept of the quote-unquote rug pull. Because, as you know, cryptocurrency has no inherent value. Any money taken out of a cryptocurrency comes from someone else. You only make money from some other sucker. And I mean, numbers, we've talked a lot in the last couple of weeks about like price points and things like that. You know, the value of a video game is an interesting discussion, but it is also worth knowing that like a $10 game is much more expensive than it was in 2020. God. We were too far out in the boonies for Avon ladies, but damn. Unholy Glee, I think you've procced a lot of sweet smelling memories right there. What's a Tupperware party? Should I worry? Do I need to reprimand someone? Okay, because I'm like, if this is like a key party for people who can't afford a bowl. What? Oh, Scott, you're gonna come into my fucking house and tell me about overpriced plastic. You're gonna come into this Gundam household and tell me about overpriced plastic. Oh, I got the sillies about me today. But yeah, so Little Fire made another really good point when we were talking about this morning, and it's like, crypto, to anyone who was paying attention, crypto NFTs were not being picked up by consumers. I don't know, maybe people were in those bubbles, but there is a certain amount of responsibility that one must have when picking jobs. Like, okay, if you as a game creator are working on a game right now and the guy up top's like, all right, we're putting AI shit in it, I'm not going to give you shit, all right? But the thing was, like, the crypto boom came right off 2020 when game jobs were plentiful and everywhere, when you really could choose who you worked for, right? I can't feel too bad for people who decided to work for, you know, off the grid or on the grid or grid the grid or whatever the fuck it's called. They made that choice. You know? And yeah, back in the day, you didn't have to worry to the same degree about... No, I'm going to keep this going with some Sonic jams. You didn't have to worry to the same degree about what kind of companies you were working for. You know, would they be around and would they be safe? But that's not the world we're in right now, you know? When working for a project and the person in charge just starts talking about AI stuff, you know, you have to ask yourself, is this the kind of thing that's going to brick the game so it doesn't exist? Or is this the kind of thing that, like, he's going to get bored of this new hotness and we're never going to have to worry about it again? You know what I mean? And honestly, friends, I wouldn't worry about, you know, I wouldn't worry about the AI and everything, because it's not got much, it can't have much longer. I mean, like, what, one more fiscal cycle before it all starts crashing? You know? The investment sector has moved into gambling. That's the next big thing. And, I mean, if your video game has built-in gambling stuff, it does actually make me laugh a whole bunch that the ubiquity of this gambling stuff has gotten so hard that all my spam emails are just, oh, hey, we tried to log into your gambling account and it's been closed for some reason. Type in your details here. You know? I don't know if I should be flattered or I should be insulted that I no longer get penis enlargement emails. You know? The AI stuff is extremely funny because it costs so much to use and is getting nothing back. Oh, no, numbers. I'm not talking about, like, the disambiguation of is the stock market gambling, which it is unless you have insider information. I am talking about, like, right now, the big success stories in quote-unquote investment in North America are, they call them, was it speculative, is it not speculative trading, speculative analysis? I'm trying, the term has dropped out of my noggin, but basically, there are a couple of barely legit sites where you can gamble on the outcome of random fucking shit. Oh, the prediction market. Thank you, J-Post. That's the next big thing. Like, it's awful and bad and terrible, and it is something that I do think the cyberpunk writers probably cut because they thought it was too dystopian to exist. Yeah. Now, what does this mean to us in the gaming space? Basically, the money for AI shit is post. Now, no one's going to be the first one to say that the party is over. Just like with everybody saying that, like, no, crypto's not dead. It's just the crypto winter. People want NFTs. They just don't want them right now, right? It's getting to that stage, so, you know. Now, again, if anyone games-wise starts trying to implement that level of prediction, let's call it what it is, that kind of gambling at a product level, oh boy howdy, that's going to be a bloodbath. Because, like, you know, keeping AI slop out of our games is important, because that stuff does not exist to make games better. It exists to remove the people who make games and essentially create the dream world that they were hoping for. Is a world where they don't have to pay people to make games, where they push a button, that game is generated, and then we all just give them money, like insane, cracked out little lemmings. Sorry, I was just reading Chaunerus and DJ Coil's thing. I'm like, God, I hope Twitch doesn't add anything like that. If Twitch does, I will do my very best to make sure everything is turned off at a level. But that would be a dystopian nightmare. I'm already dealing with so much, friends. But that was the reason to take a stance on generative AI in games, was because that was the ultimate goal, right? To make video games without people who make video games. And anyone who says it's about, like, freeing up creativity, and I read one today that one of the Tarkov guys, the ex-Tarkov team, are making their own game, which I'm not even going to give it a shout out, because it's not on Steam yet, and they can get fucked. But they were saying that, like, oh, we're implementing generative AI in our pipeline so we have less meetings. Less meetings. You're having meetings because all your non-creative guys want to have a fucking hand in making this fucking game. I assure you, if you leave programmers alone, they do not want meetings. They want less meetings. I have never encountered an artist, 3D, 2D, or otherwise, that's gone, man, I'm really loving working on this game, but I wish we had more meetings. Oh yeah, and, well, Scotty, the international gambling market is not one that I know well. Back when the arcade game trade show used to be in London, my buddy Owen would get us tickets under his fake game store, which was like Movies Games Brighton or something like that. I forget. So we used to get tickets to go to the arcade game trade show, and it was very heavily split in half, with one half being, you know, DDR, light gun, that kind of thing, and the other half being gambling. And if you brought your ID with you, you could go in the gambling section and get free drinks. So what we would do is we'd do one day where we got loaded on gambling drinks. Usually you'd wear a shirt that day, maybe have a fake business card. And then the other days you just go as fucking DJing and play DDR until you couldn't move your legs. It was great. Anyway, like, obviously, quote-unquote prediction. Oh, Dance Dance a Revolution.
Let's go crazy.
Which surprisingly isn't French. Never thought about that. Anyway. Like, I've seen that side of things, and it is dark. Yeah, you're right. Acronyms bite back. Hoisted by my own poorly disguised petard. Vive la Revolution. Dance Dance French Revolution. Bust one out in the Bastille. Anyway. Right now, I have not seen anything about putting prediction market stuff into video games. So the next big thing in tech hopefully will not fucking involve us, as the last two have been very heavily in our corner. There are many great evils in the world, and there is only so much time in the day. But yeah, jumping back, like, you know, again, the friends I know who tried to use generative AI in creative ways, most of them went, nah, we good, because it's too expensive. It is literally cheaper to just draw your own art than it is to make, like, an adversarial network trained on your art, and then get it to generate what you need. You know, chatbots instead of, like, pre-written barks for NPCs. You spend so much time trying to create guardrails, trying to create a system where it doesn't just hallucinate shit. You know, users are already easily confused, especially when you think dialogue clearly states, hey, go talk to Barry. Barry's got the MacGuffin. And you put that in, and then users are like, I don't know where I'm supposed to get the MacGuffin.
Qui custodiet ipsos custodes? Facio. Custodio ab twitch.tv/Viking_blonde.
Errorman, seriously, fucking thank you for the 1,000. You don't know how appreciative I am. That's a conversation for another day. But seriously, thank you. At least I now know what my my Imperial Codex entry would read like. But thank you. Damn it, I'm trying to think of a Latin pun, but nothing's coming to mind. Damn it. Oh, okay. That's actually very arty. Oof, Scotty. It's like no matter how well you bank for moving, it always costs more than you think. The Codex Twitch Starties does not support this action. Yeah. What, and Kakazi... It's not that user be dumb, it's that life is a lot. You know? And so, okay. Sempacine Brachus, always without pants. Uses the reasons we put yellow paint in games. We don't put it in for us, we put it in for them. And this is not just because we have to patronize them, but because they get stuck. And so, if you add generative AI that can hallucinate, that means the game can tell them wrong information. And the only thing worse than, hey, listen, is, hey, go over here. It was not actually over there, it's over there. Even fucking Microsoft one got Sea of Thieves wrong. And I was like, hang the fuck on now. This is the pre-recorded video of your fucking Copilot shit, and it's wrong. mean, some of the art and craft of games is creating a world where the user can discover and explore things without it being unfair. Or, if it is unfair, Down Under Dwarf, what home welcome. If it is unfair, like letting the user know ahead of time, or creating a situation where that unfairness doesn't ruin the experience, you know? Actually, one of the hardest things to do in narrative writing in video games is have characters who lie. Because the binary truth of video games a lot of the time leaves very little to ambiguity. And if a user says, hey, go over here, or, you know, the pen is red and the pen is blue, that doesn't tell us because it might be an error. There's not enough, I don't know. I would love to sit down with one of our writer homies and talk about this in depth. But the TLDR being, AI hallucinates things that don't exist, thus fucking any of that. And I think that's extremely funny. Down Under Dwarf, thank you for the 100. That's pretty good. God. I tried to watch a few movies yesterday. I finally tried to sit down and watch the 1 versus 400, which is a spectacle fight based on the stories of Miyamoto Musashi. And the pitch, I've been saving this, right? The pitch is, it's got one of the longest single unbroken sword fights in cinema history. So I was like, oh shit, they did like a oneer that goes for almost an hour. Holy fuck, I gotta watch that. No, it's terrible. I made it about, of the fight, I made it about 10 minutes in, and it was like watching the world's most awkward samurai laugh. Because the swords are very clearly chunky, like foam safe nonsense. And I think perhaps a lot of the elements of it might be slightly more realistic than the average on-screen sword fight, but it was 5 minutes and people around him going, oh, 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 and him just going, ping, oh, oh, ping. I am reminded that sometimes less is more. So, all right. Let me get through the game news because I'm definitely gonna need a coffee and maybe even some crumpets. No, I will not be sharing. I have been talking a lot about this. Prepare yourself for the age gatification of the internet. PlayStation are the next ones to jump. Well, it's not jump in. PlayStation will be making users verify their age in the UK and Ireland. Expect this across most of your platforms in the future. This is a preemptive maneuver to avoid essentially government oversight, but we'll probably still get that anyway. Yes, this is government control. Yes, this is horseshit. No one's asked for this. Yay! Looking real cool. Now, for the UK, it's very much being done under the guise of protect the children. Honestly, friends, it doesn't even really matter what guise it comes under. Just, this is going to be happening with a lot of platforms that you interact with. And there's fucking nothing to be doing. You can... I'm not trying to put a defeatism on this, it's just... You know, government control of the internet has something that has been wanted for a very, very long time, and now the pendulum has shifted enough that through these systems they're going to be able to start implementing it. You know, when Discord announced that they were going to be doing it, everyone gave Discord huge shit for it. And I'm not saying that they were wrong, but it's just that thing of like, nah, Discord's getting ahead of it before it starts happening. Well, and Rod, so I'm always of the, like, fight the power. Fight the power, smash the state has been very much my modus operandi since I was a youngling, and I still believe in that, but there is a certain point where you have to acknowledge that there are some fights you cannot win. Age verification of the internet, it's coming. And thanks to operations like Roblox and things like that, have made it very, very easy, at least in the UK. You know. And genres, that could be one of them. I mean, one does not need to make a huge, you know, complicated case for why a government would want to be able to track everything that you do and say on a recordable system like the internet, you know? Yeah. So this just kind of goes back to one of the rules we have in the Longship, which is nothing in ASCII, which is, you know, don't post anything on any platform that you would have to deny in a fascist dystopia. It doesn't mean don't stand up for yourself. It doesn't mean don't fight the power. Just don't fucking post about it. You know, the internet is not a safe place. Sorry, you're all smart grown-ups, you know this. It's one of the ones that I get increasingly frustrated with, especially when it comes to some of the newer platforms like TikTok and things like that, with a lot of younglings thinking that this is a place that will protect and support them, and it's like, nah. Even the things that are being put in place to quote-unquote protect the children, no. Oh, and so here's an interesting 1-2 punch, which, yeah, Fearless, don't get the Discord subpoenaed is another good one. Oh no, Chaunerus, I'm fully looking forward to what will essentially be like Hackers the Movie 2. But again, nothing in ASCII, nothing on a recordable format. Okay, so last bit of games news. We have ourselves like an interesting little 1-2 punch. Game Pass is going to be getting cheaper. Now, I'm not going to give anybody shit for using Game Pass. I would still advise, hey, maybe don't use it anymore, because we've learned a lot of things about Microsoft, and they've destroyed a lot of studios that we love. So it's like the real world's harm plus the local harm. But what's fascinating about it is that they announced at the same time as we've become aware that the last COD made $300 million less than its precursor, and that this is predominantly to blame on good old Game Pass. So the idea of Game Pass like devaluing Xbox titles is now something that we have information on. Now, this is from an ex-Microsoft employee, which is another reason why mass layoffs are a bad idea, because if you leave people in a situation where they have no business prospects and have no job prospects, they have no reason to keep your secrets, you know? Exactly, Scotty. That's why they pulled the premium games from the basic pass. So Call of Duty will no longer be available, at least at launch, on Game Pass, which I believe is one of the reasons why they wanted to fucking buy it. And you know what's really fascinating is, despite the intent being to essentially starve out PlayStation in a dominant market, i.e. COD, PlayStation remains COD's go-to platform. 82% of the COD user base is based on PlayStation. So, fucking alright. Yeah, no, Chaunerus, if Game Pass goes back down to $5 a month, then, you know, I never got Game Pass for any other reason than because I'm fucking broke and I wanted to play Sea of Thieves with everybody. But yeah, at $30 a month, just buy a video game. Oh, you want to buy a AAA game? Put that $30 away for 2 months and then it's yours forever. So yeah. It's extremely funny because, like, Microsoft spent so much money to acquire ABK, and one of the big wins was supposed to be Call of Duty. And not only is it done worse than expected, but thanks to their other initiatives, they've kind of undermined themselves. or buy several cheaper games. Have them sit in your Steam library, untouched for years. But they're there when you want them. They're there when you want them. You know, people joke about the whole, like, you know, the pile of shame and stuff like that, but better a pile of shame than a disposable pass that you spent, you know. If you had Game Pass, let's say you keep Game Pass now, $30 a month, and I don't know how long your Steam... Okay, so let me do the math here. So $30 a month. Okay. Yeah, I can't do this in my head. I'm going to get some more coffee in just a second. I slept like dog shit last night. But I did rewatch Over the Garden Wall, which is always good. Hey, so... Hang on. 30 times 12, not 1,200. Okay, so that's $360 a year for Game Pass. Let's say you keep that for 3 years. Oh, it's $1,000, right? So you've spent $1,000, and then when you decide to stop, it's like, buy games. At least if you spent $1,000 on Steam, all those games you didn't play, they're still yours. You can still look at them and go, ah. Yeah, well, and DJ Coyle, like, there's so many great indie games. And the thing is, we use the term indie games pretty ubiquitously, but it's better to say that there's so many games that are fucking good at a fraction of the price point. Just buy Project Silverfish. Just do that. Just buy Project Silverfish. Okay, like, you know, reset the clock and all that, but, you know... There's so much. Okay, sorry about that. Okay. So Chuna says they liked Game Pass at first because they used to have a GameFly subscription. Look, Game Pass wasn't evil, but the whole point of something like Game Pass, from a business standpoint, is you get a bunch of people to subscribe, which means you have a much more guaranteed amount of income coming in every month for your gaming division, and you use that to support creative people making interesting shit, right? Atomfall is a perfect example of a Game Pass game, right? It's not huge, it's not over bloated, but it's weird. It's different. You know, Hi-Fi Rush was the gold child, but like, they got rid of Tango Works. They were just like, psh, psh, thanks for making the best Game Pass game. Now perish. Because they overspent so heavily on ABK, or at least as it has been explained to me, the ABK acquisition put an insane amount of pressure on all the other titles to perform, and then at the end of the year they had to make the numbers look good, so they just started killing studios and axing jobs. You know, it's wild to think that World of Warcraft is a Microsoft product. Anyway. You know, there was a time when someone like Netflix or someone like that could have possibly made a subscription service that worked. I think users are now far, far too wary that even that, what was it, the Indie.io Indie Pass, everyone just looked at that and went, oh. It also doesn't help that Indie.io have no qualms in publishing like titles full of like AI gen stuff and things like that, which kind of kills the fun of it, you know? God, yeah. Yeah, that's the, you know what, Journalist, that's the story we'll never hear, but I would love to like have a point with the people who worked on the legalities of that, of all the anti-monopoly stuff that was leveled against them. I mean, DJ Coil, take their money while they have it. Like, you know as well as I do, it's like, so long as you've got a plan for what to do after. Because they don't, like, these AI horseshit companies do not have long. And they don't have the money to survive. Oh yeah, no, and Jonas is right. That job might have 3 months in it. But, you know. 3 months of pretending to care and hopefully getting a fat paycheck. Let's go. And anyway, so friends, that's the game news of the day. Vampire Crawlers launched today, which is going to be the biggin. I haven't seen anything else really massive. Alright, would you indulge me just a tiny little bitch? Oh, and would you like to feel your blood pressure increase just a little? Sure. There's going to be another Attack on Titan crossover with Dead by Daylight. Later! No, that's not what I wanted to have a little bit of a bitch about. Troy Baker said he wants to start his own video game company. He wants to make a video game studio. And like, cool, great. I think that would be cool. Like, I've met him like once, and for all the Hollywoodification that he puts forth, he's a great big fucking dork like we are. I think he's one of those folks you could just have a pint with. It's just, imagine reaching a level where just saying, "Oh, I'd like to make a game studio," constitutes as news. I want to make a game studio. I want to make a games publisher. I've talked about this. I lack that one key ingredient: money. Right? Like, well, I was in talks with some folks to start an indie publisher a couple years back. As I'm sure you've all seen, the world has turned, and I'm very glad we didn't go ahead with it, because now I would be even worse off, if you can imagine that. I'd be worse off, and, you know, I might have made things worse for some gaming homies, so I'm glad that didn't happen. But just imagine just being able to say, like, oh, I'd like to make a game someday, and that's news. Must be nice. Alright, that's it. Tiny bitch over. I think that's the entirety of game news nonsense at the moment. I haven't seen anything else popping up that we gotta. I can't see anything else we gotta get stuck into. As I said, new releases is. Thank you. I do try. I think it's all the coffee. Spoiler: I'd like some more coffee. Over on the new release front, the third shift is another attempt at the Game Boy horror concept, which we've seen one so far. I don't think this one was made in GB Studio, but it definitely has the it's definitely evoking that classic Game Boy horror style. For those who don't know, like, the DMG one was my like start. Of course, there's a fucking shark in it. But pretty much ever since DreadX's Summer Night, I've been really obsessed with the idea of doing something. No shark. I've been really obsessed with the idea of doing something that focuses on those old little, you know, handhelds that could be used to build like a horror. Let's have a look. The Jay and Silent Bob game dropped. It has not been doing well. This was in development for a long time. It is interesting that the big critiques of it is that there aren't actually that much in the way of voice lines. And I'm like, but it's about Jay and Silent Bob. What's Silent Bob supposed to say? His catchphrase? I mean, that they couldn't afford to get Jason Mewes to voice Jay. Telling. Very telling. Bylina. That dropped. I was contemplating this one as a game to stream this week, but it's up near the $20 mark, and that's a bit pricey for me right now. Everything's a bit. I'm not talking about that today. I'm not talking about that. Has this real kind of medieval proto-Conan third-person hack and slash vibe, but with this sketchy quirkiness that I really appreciate. You know, we're talking about like having something that resembles an interesting or an art style that helps you stand out from the crowd. Like, it was at this point where I was like, these are giant sunflower nightmare hell trees that you then kick so hard you make them cry that they cry sunflower seeds, and that's how you collect them. Like, there's a real creativity to this art style that I appreciate. Sorry to not be putting on the music of the trailer. It's another one of those ones where I don't know if the music is DMCA safe or what have you. So you got to put up with the Sonic jams. Oh yeah. It's probably going to end up on the Floydo list. This feels like it would be paint on the side of a van. Positive, yeah. Little Fire's been all about All Hail the Orb. Did you send me Pratfall this morning? Muppet multiplayer digging. Pratfall. Muppet multiplayer digging. It's basically a game about digging a hole with Muppet comedy. Right. That's it. That's the game. It is continuously funny to me how well these games do, and how from the point that we got Fall Guys, the understanding that just being silly buggers with your friends was an entirely underserviced genre. And it wasn't really until Lethal Company... Well, it wasn't until Peak that the games industry took notice. Lethal Company... I've had conversations with people, and I've mentioned it, and other industry folks have been like, what? That's not a story. As opposed to Muppet multiplayer delving too deep to quit. Oh my? Jeffrey Watto and welcome. Peak goes up. What if down? Well, no, I mean, this is very, very smart because it's taking the gameplay of, well, we'll use a game about digging a hole as kind of the example, but all of those kind of like first-person digging games that have been doing great, and then they made it multiplayer and funny. Done. Done. I think that's it. Pragmata is still selling great. Again, see, here's the thing. The Ember Guardian is another example of, should the Ember Guardian be $20? Yes, it probably deserves that, but I can't risk it for a biscuit at $20. I would pick up the Ember Guardian at $8. And Legend, right? I just like seeing weird Capcom coming back. Ah, Fearless, yeah. You know that Chromag game we played? I want that, but Muppets. Oh, you know, Jeffrey, there are so many multiplayer Muppet games now, and some of those Muppets are weird. But yeah, I haven't been doing anything interesting in my downtime. It's been Arena Breakout, which I don't know what happened. I think maybe the matchmaking servers were biffed yesterday, and I kept getting put up against scared baby children, but I was the danger. I went in there in my pants with my little sawn-off Mosin, and I walked out of there with like 7 player kills. Some unstoppable nightmare creature. Obviously, I'm still playing Racoin. I'm kind of stuck on a few of the last unlockables, but I'm getting there. I also got playing this, and this is Dragon Ruins 2. I had that thing last night where I went to sleep, woke up at like 2:30 and couldn't get back to sleep, so I've been playing this. It's an auto fighter dungeon crawler. You put together your team from weird little compositions, and then you take a quest, you walk to the dungeon, all the fighting happens automatically. Like, upgrade your characters, upgrade your gear. It's not quite an incremental game, it's not quite an idle. It's not quite a Vampire Survivors knockoff, or Vampire Crawlers now. but it's really cool. I highly recommend it. So Theodore's saying, someone in Blue Skies, they can't quite explain it, but Pragmata is the third game in a trilogy that contains Piano 3 and Vanquish. You know, I can see that. I mean, I need to get hands-on with it before I can truly say it. I will say, Pragmata is the best case to never go on Twitter. No, so you know you were telling me about people being weird and gross about Pragmata. So, I hadn't seen any of that. In Pragmata, you have your little android character, a little android that looks like a little child that you protect, who does all your hacking stuff. But you know what's fascinating about it? Is like, all of that weirdness is contained in Reddit and Twitter. Because I didn't delete my Twitter because I was worried about someone creating like a fake Will Twitter account, and then that's some shit I have to deal with. And as I was skimming the articles today, someone on one of the sites that I follow was just saying like, you know, I need people to start being normal about Pragmata. And I was like, what is this? And the quote-unquote discourse is all entirely in horrible places. And I don't think anybody here is still a daily Twitter user. But if you are, stop. No, not just because it's a Nazi bar, but for your own health. Stop. Just log off. Oh, so jumping back to Rodser says the people behind Dragon's Ruins have made several games that are sort of the same style. Yeah, with a fun kind of weird. Now, will I threaten to punt a child in a video game if it's crossed me? Absolutely.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons
Speaking
online.
of dragons,
All systems nominal.
What ho Vikings?
Lyris, thank you for 69 months. No, jumping ahead, 63 months. The heckin' legend. Thank you. Come on in. Oh, we were talking about Pragmata. So this is Dragon's Ruins. Came out this year. It's a dungeon crawler for tired people. And it really is. It really is. Although, watching this trailer, I realized that I didn't actually have to escape the dungeon every time. I could just walk to the exit. Now I've realized I've been burning through all my money with trying to get back when I didn't have to. Okay. So let's have a look at some of their other ones. Ringlorn Saga Gaiden. Sounds cool. Dragon's Ruins. I guess I had Demon Lord Reincarnation and Ghost Tower on my stuff. What's this one? This looks funky. But yeah, I got playing it last night, and honestly, I just need something to shut my brain up because I can't sleep. It was perfect. And one of the things that I think Vampire Survivors has shown us is that there are certain parts of the complexity of games that we didn't really need to do. Like, I keep thinking back to when I was a Square fanatic, right? And playing things like Front Mission, Final Fantasy VII, Final Fantasy VIII. Final Fantasy VIII is the one I probably spent the most time with on the classic PlayStation. Because I had just moved into a room in a shared space. I was trying to rebuild my life. I had no internet. All I had was a little PlayStation and a shitey telly I bought from a second-hand store. It was like a little box CRT and everything. Kept me warm in the winter. That's that kind of CRT, you know what I mean? But there's large proportions of Final Fantasy VIII where I just be kind of lying there eating salt and vinegar sticks and just hitting the X button. Because I just go into a fight, attack, creature's dead, XP goes up, and just keep doing that. Just either farming for items or specific creatures I needed to draw from. trying to get the Marlborough tentacles for Doom Train. If you ever decide to play Final Fantasy VIII and you've never delved into it, there are many points in the game when you can get Marlborough tentacles to fight. If you wait until the end of the game to farm them, they are one of the hardest fights. And Lyris, thank you for the bits. Like, one of the hardest fucking fights. If you farm them early, or if you farm Marlborough tentacle cards in Triple Triad, you can then get the tentacles much easier, and then you can summon Doom Train. Yay, for enemy level scaling. Fucking hate level scaling. Hate it! Why bother having a leveling system if they're going to level up with you? Why even have levels at that point? Sorry, don't even get me started. No, seriously, Loris, thank you for layering the pint glass. No, I'm not saying get rid of levels. It's if the enemies are going to level up at the same point to counter you, then what is the point of leveling? Because leveling is, you go, you grind, you get stronger, and you go back to that boss and you smash his face in. You get that warm, fuzzy feeling of like, I just wrecked that guy's day because I put in the time to train. If the enemies match step with leveling, then you end up with a situation where it's actually easier to fight them at the very beginning and just not do if you play less game. Now Legend, that is a good example. Adding enemy variety and things like that. Oblivion, I didn't like. Yeah, when you encounter a group of bandits in an Elder Scrolls game and they got full Daedric armor on, the kind of things that you had to like summon demon hearts from beyond to then craft. You're like, cool. But one thing that was interesting, there was a series of games on Newgrounds that were strategy games like old Final Fantasy games. I think it'd be better to call them puzzle games. Now, were they called Epic Fantasy? No. Shit. Damn it. I saw the games popping up because they've done one which is about raising cats or something. Anyway, the idea is that each RPG battle is like a puzzle. Character's the right level. You have to use specific abilities in certain ways to, like, either discombobulate or insta-kill or what have you. And I really appreciate that. It was actually what they did with the Rain-Slick Precipice of Darkness, the now long-forgotten Penny Arcade game. And I think that system can work very, very well. Like, if leveling does nothing, then just, I don't know, have progression be something else. Oh, interesting. Legend was saying one of their mandatory Oblivion mods removes the scaling. That's fucking cool. And, I mean, numbers, I wouldn't say that's a middle ground, but I'd say that's a good system. Like, that you can't just wail on tiny enemies forever. Or maybe you can. But, like, when you get so far above an opponent that destroying them is trivial, that you only get a little bit of XP, that you need to challenge yourself to level. I mean, thematically, that fits the concept of combat leveling better. I.e. that you gain experience from those fights. That an easy fight that you just swat away, what experience did you get? Oh, now again, Phyllis, I do enjoy that. Like, taking early areas and either remixing them or adding a new elements or what have you so that in late game they become spicy. But I predominantly mean this in games which have turn-based combat rather than skill-based combat. I actually like it in FromSoft games where usually around about the middle point they have you backtrack to go to a new area that takes you through an area that you used to be in, and you just wail on those people. I mean, I am not the only person here who, the bit where you have to go back through Central Yharnam in Bloodborne, having had your ass handed to you by the fucking Yharnamites. Away! Away! This town's cursed! And then you go back there later on with your cool shit, and you're just like, bam, bam, bam! Stop hitting yourself! Bam! Stop hitting yourself! Like, there's a certain amount of catharsis in that, and it's a great way of showing the user how far they've come. Because if the difficulty is always perfectly in step, you reach this level of synchronicity where the user never feels empowered. And that can make... It can make the challenge seem dull. It can make the challenge seem like it's always uniform. Yeah. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Final Fantasy VIII's systems, like the draw system and the others, are good. You know, it's one of my favorites because I spent the most time with it. Like, I almost got one of those Balam Gardens alumni hoodies. And I did really appreciate that they're a bunch of kids who are trained to be essentially like mercenaries. And it's all cute and happy when they're in like mercenary high school. And then their first deployment is a fucking like D-Day Magitech landing. Like, I really appreciate how it goes from 0 to 1,000. You know, it kind of shows the whole bullshit propaganda that these kids go through. You know, sure, your final exam is to fight a Tyrannosaurus from your, you know. Anyway. I'd still say that my personal favorite, not saying it's the best, my personal favorite is still Final Fantasy 15. It has the most lived-in world, and I love it. I love it. Also, it gets more tragically beautiful the second time you play through it, and you realize that, oh shit. But, I mean, that's a conversation for another day. I'm just annoyed that I can't remember the Newgrounds puzzle series, because it got re-released on Steam. Yeah, they come up with some really good ways in which the existence of their like hyper Magitech stuff doesn't just immediately equal I win, which I think is real cool. And I cannot understate how at the time the way they did the CGI like FMV transitions was so mind-blowing. Like, they took the shit from Final Fantasy VII of how some of the transitions would be from like live videos coming into gameplay. They did that and just turned all the dials up. God. Okay. But yeah, friends, I think that's it for game news. Didn't see anything else trundling around for the last couple of days, which is nice. It's me quickly checking to make sure I didn't miss anything. Oh, IGN lost its last good person. Rebecca Valentine is going to be leaving IGN for Kotaku of all places, which, like, Kotaku's not perfect, and it is a shadow of its former self, but of the last remaining sites, you know, they did manage to they have been managing to pull it back a little bit under new management. And for those who don't know, Rebecca Valentine's one of the peeps who's been doing a lot of the investigative journalism stuff, like the really good reporting that's been coming out of IGN. So, we talked about the BAFTA nonsense. So I'm rechecking our hot sheets. Windrose has already sold Windrose sold 1 million units in 6 days. Just want to point out, people love pirates. As an interesting little 1-2 punch, yesterday was the Playdate, the small little like LCD crank handle indie console, has said it will not be letting any titles on it that have used generative AI for assets, but I mean, the thing is, they keep saying like they're okay with people using like AI assisted like coding tools and things like that. I do think it's because there's no way to really check for it. Because what are you gonna do? Submit your fucking source code? Nah. One thing is very funny. Fortnite will be letting their Fortnite creators mess around with the AI conversation
The
system.
Ratatouille chef was supposed to do a bakery spin-off movie, but the marketing people were worried people wouldn't like pirates.
That's good. Vershi, thank you for the 200, mate. I'm playing so much Racoin that the first thing I thought of was the totally not copyright infringing Ratatouille perk you can get, where if you're doing a cooking deck and you release a bunch of rats, they can double the value of any cooked dishes because they ratatouille their way through the kitchen. And remember, friends, the existence of Ratatouille the movie basically makes Remy a mech with our little rat. Remy's the chef. I forget what the rat's name is. I'm just gonna call him Ratatouille again. Essentially, he's the mech pilot. Yeah, he's a meat mech. Okay, Remy's the rat. Linguini's the guy. God, his parents called him Linguini. Fuck. That's child abuse, right? Right? For a name like Iron Chef, that show should have had a lot more mech battles, I'm just saying. Though, Dosa Divas is out that does let you do mech cooking. Which I'm still so sad Dosa Divas isn't selling better, you know? But it really is just... Dosa Divas, it really is just price point and timing. Sorry, if you haven't seen it, so this is Dosa Divas. It's an Outer Sloth funded title where you use a cooking mech to fight corporate bullshit. Travel around, have RPG style battles with people, and fight back against mass-produced corporate food. You know, I know writers who use subtext and they're all cowards. Art style, cool. Mech design, interesting. Like, looks heckin' rad. Oh, Catastros, go get some sleep. Thank you for coming by. It's good to see everybody, you know? And I can't promise you I'm not going to get caught by predators for stupid reasons. I can promise you I won't get caught by the predator. But yeah, Dosa Divas has been a standout star for a lot of the Game Awards, showcases and things like that. Summer Games Fest and the ilk. It's not selling. And we talked about this a lot last week. I don't want to labor the point because I don't want anyone to think that I'm dunking on it or that I want it to fail. I would love to see this stuff fucking great. You have a mech that cooks food and does a Naruto run. Let's fucking go. It's just... right now, the market is so crowded. Like I was saying, I couldn't bring myself to do more Death Stranding in my downtime because I'm so drowning in titles. Honestly, it's so overwhelming to be a fan of video games right now. And that overwhelming sense makes it really hard to kind of focus on stuff. Like, because of the quality threshold of this game, I wasn't going to start playing it at 2:30 in the morning, you know, because I can't sleep. But I am going to play my little dungeon crawler, alright? If I was going to, like... if I was going to kick out the jams and play a AAA title, or play something that was going to ask a lot of me intellectually, I'm so rammed with titles. Do you know what I mean? I know I'm going to have to watch a whole bunch of videos in a couple years about, here's a game that you snoozed on, here's a game that you've missed and forgot. I'm like, no, I was there. I was there. At least it's not a deck builder. So, Little Fire was going through the press giveaway keys and whatnot, and press outreach stuff this morning, and it did seem like every other game was a deck builder, and it's like, I respect to them all, but seriously, Slay the Spire's out. You're not the Killing Stone. What are you doing? Ooh. We might actually be the #1 Rainwald stream today. Fearless says I've been doing a lot of rook runs in Marathon. Found the more stealthy style of gameplay appeals more than pugging with randos. But you can't do story progression. That's understandable. I think... God, I haven't spent as much time with Marathon as I'd like as well. Like, I'm glad you're playing it, so I can basically kind of live vicariously through. The Rook character, I think, is a really good articulation. It's not just yet another scav run. For those of you who don't play a lot of extraction shooters, a scav run is essentially where you get to play as an NPC in-world. And Fearless, I may take you up on that offer. But of late, I haven't been really getting into games until late. Okay. All right. Turn it up. Bum, 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 bum. Bring the noise. Hey, Unholy Glee, have a lovely rest of your evening. And to be continued, alright? Like, thank you. Friends, it's good to be back in Rainworld, and... I don't know how... yeah. I don't know how many streams we have left in the grand scheme of things, you know? A lot of people were talking about last week about, like, how many video games can you make in a lifetime? You know, how many streams does one get, truly? And it is a real joy and a real privilege that Rainworld is one of the ones that you lot enjoy, because I fucking love it. I'm gonna check all of my mods and settings. Okay. Sorry, remember how we do options from this? Oh, here we go. Okay. I just got to make sure that we don't have tinnitus. I don't know if there's any additional elements. Okay. Sorry, friends. I didn't mean to get feelsy for a second there. I'm definitely going to grab some leftovers and some more coffee in a second. I guess I just have to enable the, there we go. No ringing in ears. All right, we're good. Okay, because that's when we need. Because they basically added it to, oh. All right, we want kill feed, music announcements. We already have no more tinnitus. Sweet Dreams hasn't been updated. And we can't do push to meow. Okay. I haven't seen any other mods that we desperately need. I guess we'll see if any of the Rainworld squad coming in now that we're back. Okay. And Fearless, have a lovely rest of your afternoon. Hopefully we'll see you later. To be continued. Oh, forget it has to relaunch the title. And Hawks, it's more likely than you think. I don't know. It's hard not to get feelsy when playing Rainworld. Now, does anyone need a primer? Does anyone need a discussion on before we get started on this proper? God, because our Prince run took nearly 60 hours. Oh. Alright, get kettle on. We're a coffee household today. Okay. Okay. Nah, we've got Twinings, and then we've got Trader Joe's. Okay, our functional tea is we have Trader Joe's English breakfast. Now we still have Nova's hand-picked tea spec. We finished all of the English breakfast. We have the Scottish and Irish breakfasts, which are very, very good, and then a couple of other like real nice blends. Okay. So what do we call this? It's not the Zote hubris counter. Because Legend was saying we should put the kill counter on for this one. I mean, Scotty, Yorkshire Gold is still my personal favourite, like, all the time. Oh, dried black pudding and tea. No, I'm good. I'm good. That just sounds like bad Bovril. Slug snack counter. Alright. I like it. There we go. Oh, no. Easy now. If anyone comes up with a better name, then I'm happy to rebrand it. Okay, so I guess just very, very quickly. So Rainworld is a game that I love. So far, we have done every campaign. So we have our happy little... We have the Survivor, happy with little friendos. Oh, sorry, the Monk, happy with friendos. The Survivor, happy with slug pups. We managed to get the Hunter to ascend, which is no mean feat. I know it says 5 hours, but that's 5 hours of panic and stress. The Gourmand, with a happy ending, 25 hours. I believe that was the second ending of the Artificer. Well, actually, I like Loose Leaf, and honestly, Nova sent us these little, like, disposable baggies for Loose Leaf, and that's been a fucking game changer. Anytime I've used, like, a diffuser, it's always been such a pain in the ass to clean. We did the Rivulet with a good ending. We even got Moon her cloak. Spear Hunter. The Nightmare cutie with the can't eat. That was the Monk. Oh boy. And then here we have our newest little guy. This is the Watcher. Now, what we did was essentially the super dark, fucked up hard ending. Alright? In which you spread the purple rot to every part of the timeline, allowing the Prince of Rot to essentially be across all time zones, growing these karma flowers everywhere. Now, we need to start again. There are 2 new endings to this that have been added since we played through this last year. And that is what we are going to be going for. If you want to know the story, it's worth noting that all the other slugcats, their stories intertwine, but they aren't necessarily like a direct connection. The story of Rainworld is the story of the Iterators. Is it the Iterators? Yeah. These huge, like city-sized supercomputers. They were responsible for helping the populace of this planet ascend, to shed the cycle, the wheel, this very Buddhist coded philosophy of like being able to ascend to the next plane of existence. And they did it. The problem was the robots were left behind. And one of the robots, Five Pebbles, who's currently hiding behind Gundams and whatnot, he kind of went, I wouldn't say insane, but he became obsessed with this idea that like, how come he can't ascend? How come he's stuck in this mortal coil? Doomed to basically just eventually fall apart and break and lose his mind. And the story between these different iterators, so this is Moon, or Big Sister Moon, who tried to help him and it nearly cost her everything. And the varying iterators, so this is 7 Red Suns, who sent the Spearmaster to try and help. The story between these supercomputers is very much like the background to Rainworld. You don't need to know any of this. Ultimately, when you first boot up Rainworld, it is the story of this little guy here, who is separated from his family on a hunting trip, and must make his way back, or their way back. Whether or not you choose to engage with the iterators, whether or not you choose to, like... Why do you have gyrating ocelot Scotty? Haunted. Yeah, it is. The thing is, he's not wrong in his frustrations, but also he broke everything and caused it. Rod sir, we'll get to the dots are the cycles. So basically, the little shape at the end of it is how many karma cycles that character, that slugcat survived for. The pips are how much food they had. You see the line in between? One of the key mechanics of Rainworld is that to sleep, you have to sleep on a full belly, otherwise you're starving. Which is much easier said than done. You can, so like as the survivor, you can eat most fruits and vegetables, some bugs. You can fill your belly up to about like 7 pips, you need 4 in your stomach to be able to sleep. So if you get a full belly, like all 7 pips, the next day, having slept off the first 4, you'll have 3. So you need to find 1 piece of fruit. Each cycle kind of loops you forward in time. A death puts you back a cycle. You know what? There's gonna be a lot that's easier to show you. So yeah, these little pips are all how I was when I ended the game. So like, this is the hunter. The hunter is a meat eater, can like take down big predators and then eat them. But look how much more food the hunter needs to be able to rest like comfortably. The gourmand can eat just about anything, but it's a little bit happier about it. Same with the artificer. Now, the rivulet can't eat as much overall and still needs 5 pips to sleep, which is a lot. But also can swim underwater, which is really cool. Now, the Spearmaster can spawn their own spears that they can throw at enemies. They drain the blood from their victims. The Spearmaster is basically a vampire. A cutie patootie, very frustrated, constantly exhausted vampire. You're not ready to know about the monk yet. Sorry, about the oh my god. Not the monk, the saint. You're not ready to know about the saint yet. The saint is one of the few things I will not talk about spoilers for, because all the other campaigns, it's experiential, right? I could tell you the plot of Rainworld start to finish, and it would detract nothing from playing through. But the saint is the conclusion of all those campaigns together. It's really good. Now, we're going to be playing as the Watcher. The Watcher is... Oh, god darn it. Hang on, I've got to take my shoes off. My boots are getting tangled with my cables. The Watcher is the most recent of the DLCs. And the Watcher is slightly different. It has its own campaign, its own map, and the mechanics are mostly based around warping from one area to another. Yeah, it turns out, Hawks, all along, we are the ones who watch the Watcher. But you didn't know that. There we go. And we got to the end of the game as part of the story intends, and then we managed to get basically the secret fucked up dark ending, which took me nearly 55 hours. We're going to be going back to that. The problem being, whatever these 2 new endings are, they are not the rot ending, which means we have to start again from the beginning. So, does anyone need snacks or coffee or whatnot before we get... Actually, I need coffee before we get started. All right. So, friends, we're going to call a little 2-minute break. All right. Get your snacks, get your bevies, get what you need. Yeah, Vershi, this is the baseball of video games, which is not baseball, weirdly. All right. Well, Rod, so I'll see what I can bring on over. They have to be non-crunch snacks. So yeah. Let me just bring you back to menu. You're not even going to play the music? God, thanks a lot, game. Okay. Here's some smooth jams for you. Okay. So, grab your tea, grab your coffees, grab the blood of those who have wronged you, and then we are about to begin a huge undertaking. I cannot fucking wait. If you've got questions about Rainworld, just try and stop me talking about it. I'll be back in a sec. Hello, hello. I got pasta. I got coffee. Strong bad voice a little bit. Okay. So yeah, friends, Rainworld enthusiasts, slugcat fans, and those who I have probably bullied into talking about Rainworld like 50 million times. I hope you're ready for this. Sorry? Oh, look at their little faces! Yeah. Now, we still actually don't know who the slug cat who attacks there is. You know, it's not fully explained, but it's kind of implied that, you know, our little guy here... Yup. Where the other slug cat grabbed that little cog and charged forward, our little guy hid. And that kind of becomes one of the central themes for this. Okay. Can't fucking remember where we're going. If you've got any Rainworld questions as well, please just ask, because I would love an excuse to talk about all of them. I mean... Oh, fuck. Is Moon thick? We have confirmation. Okay. Big pink lizard is grumpy. Oh. Okay. We are okay. Oh. Per cow. Okay. Oh, well, Verdon, I hope you're doing good. Hope it's good lurks and not bad times. The little guy just wants one little snack. Just one. Speaking of which, Papa Newt Newt. No, we're homies. We're homies. I haven't touched your babies. We're good. We're cool. There's Big Green. What's up? Okay, Big Green did not like that. I don't like the way Papa Newt Newt is looking at me. Sorry. I realize it's been a long time since we played this, and a few of you weren't around for some of the previous Rain World runs. I'm just trying to make sure. So the Newt Newts are basically those huge flies. They're like a family unit. The thing with the Newt Newts is that they will leave you alone. Fuck. They'll leave you alone. Oh, crop vapors. Okay, so the Newt Newts will leave you alone unless you harm one of the babies. Harm the babies, then you're in trouble. And it doesn't even have to necessarily be a direct harming. If they perceive that you've harmed them, that's all it takes. Okay, so what do you need to know about Rainworld? Rainworld isn't a cute, adorable platformer. Rainworld's an ecology simulator. All the different creatures, all the different animals, all the different NPCs, they all have their own habits, habitats, and behaviors. To survive in this world is not to just kill everything that you come across, even though I will probably murder a whole bunch of scavs that I shouldn't. You know, we are in the middle of the food chain, as I'm just saying, and the job is survive. Quasi says, on the hunt for another tattoo, are we? Always, friend, always. Tattoos, unfortunately, became way too much of a luxury in the last few years. But if the situation arose, I would absolutely get this as my hand tattoo in like a heartbeat. Okay. But yeah, so the things to understand is that the simulation is always kind of going on. That is to say, this is a living, breathing world. Creatures are hunting and exploring and doing their own thing while we are trundling about here. So sometimes it can feel like this game is random. It's unfair. And, you son of a bad word. Fucking mimic. See that? Yeah. Try and trick me. This is my house. This is Slugcat's house. You're gonna get me. I mean, you might if I can't find any food. Certainly not gonna risk. You bad word. I have a spear. Let's see if I can go find one. Sorry, friends. What you saw there, that creepy little thing moving around, if you don't recognize it, that's a drop wig. They are a special species of ambush predator. And they will go out, find items in the world, and then place them strategically underneath you. Oh, swallow that pearl for later. So that you go, oh, cool, it's some food, or it's a useful item. And then as soon as you go underneath, bam, they drop on in on you and fucking kill you. And death comes swift. It's extremely rude. However, they're not that tough. Once you know where they are... Shit. Once you know where they are, then they can fucking kill you. Okay, everybody. That's our first death of the day. Let's get that back in an action replay. That's Slug Snack. First of so many. I should also say, the main game doesn't start this brutal. You do not play the Watcher as your first run. First! Okay. Bye! And at this point, like, we're just a regular, normal little slug cat. We're just exploring the world. But yeah, there's so much about this. There is reputation systems. If you get too aggressive and start murdering everything with oh, fuck! Fuck! That's two. Fucking hell. Welcome to Rain World, motherfucker. Oh shit. What I was going to add is that, and puns, Watto and welcome, a good evening. If you spend your time careening around this as a like little lunatic, murdery slug cat, the world will start to react. More apex predators, scarier variants of creatures you've already taken out. Like, it's no joke. Like, again, I cannot state how this is an ecology game, and you are not top of the food chain. Now, I don't know how we're going to do this run yet. In the last Watcher run, I kind of made a rod for my own back by being a bit of a serial killer. I killed a lot of the scavs. And again, if you're first time seeing this, so scavs are probably the smartest NPCs you encounter. Okay, that's not true. But they're the most coordinated. Scavs are like the closest to like a culture outside of the slugcat like families that you'll encounter. They can be friendly, they can be hostile. It really depends on essentially how you treat them. That pearl that I swallowed earlier, I can use that to essentially buy passage. If you come up against a checkpoint that the scabs are running, you can essentially buy your way through. If you make yourself small and you don't try and attack them, and you... Oh, it nearly got me! Ah, you bastards! No! Then they won't attack you, and if you manage to make friends with them, they'll have traders that you can take stuff from, and they'll even leave you goodies and help you out. In the Watcher, you start killing them, you basically become their like generational nightmare. Like, they dedicate small tribes just to hunting you the fuck down. So, you know, not ideal. Okay. I don't know if I want to tempt fate twice. But if you haven't seen this, so the golden flowers there is what's called a karma flower. It stops you essentially losing your levels if you get murderated. And there's these dingleberries. These are bull squids. You can hang on them to... You can hang onto them to fly, or, well, I should say, like, jump extra distances. Kind of using them like, I don't know, flying mopeds. They are, however, a little bit territorial, and the white ones are essentially the females of the species, which is a phrase I hate using. Go on. Gotcha! Revenge. Do I have a full belly? I do. I might actually go sleep and bank some of these kills. I guess the only other thing to know if you haven't seen this is that if you look in the bottom left-hand corner, you see those little pips around my symbol. That is how much time we have left in this cycle, in this day. It is not a fixed amount. It can be different from day to day, and when you run out, that's when the reign of Rain World starts. And as this is the calmest this game is going to be throughout this whole playthrough, I guess I'm just kind of... This is a good time for me to find my feedies again. My little slugcat feedies. So yeah. I think that's all you need to know to go into this. I'll explain Watchers and... I'll explain Echoes and Watchers and things as they come up in story. Because I'm trying not to overload you all with Rainworld info, because I would quite happily talk about this forever. Well, Theodora gets some sleep. Someone around here has to. And to be continued. Oh, shit the bed. Alright. You coming? No, he doesn't fancy a fight. Alright. My reputation precedes me. as for what we're doing here, we're currently just trying to get our karma level up. Why? Don't worry about it. Oh. Okay. Fuck. I'm in so much shit. No! And that's 3. Oh, okay. I am a confirmed snack. Yeah. As Numbers pointed out earlier, there's only one other thing you've got to know about slugcats. Apparently, they are the tastiest mother hubbards in this whole fucking place. Because the thing with the vultures is that they will appear in the event of like large amounts of deaths or murderation, and in the main game, the vultures don't start that brutal. If you kill too many vultures, then the big Mac Daddy will show up to see what's up. Same with like the lizards and things like that. Like, kill too many lizards and the alpha red will show up. Alright, I'm leaving you babies alone. Got to get back into that Rain World headspace, you know? Which is my favorite slug cat? Not to be predictable, it's got to be the Saint. Not just because he is fluffy with a little bleb tongue, but because, like, the story of the Saint is such a wonderful capstone to all the other stories you go through in this. Ow. Don't worry. Don't worry, it's okay. Little concussed. Just a little concussed, it's fine. Little concussed, a little bit of fruit. Jobs are good. I do think the comedy slug cat has the best colors though. The invis or what have you. There's an extra hidden campaign in this, which is impossibly brutal. Motherfuckers. There's 2 of the drop wigs there now. Oh, fuck off. Sorry, I'm pretty sure that thing is a fucking mimic. Mimics look like upstanding pipes, but if you pay attention to them very closely, occasionally you'll see them twitch, like they're waiting for you. Oh, you know what, Jamami? The Rivulet's a good choice. It's cute. It's happy to be here. It's hyperactive, and it looks like an axolotl. Okay. 2 dead lizards. Alright, let's see if we can make friends with these guys. Okay. See how he took the pearl as I gave it to him, and then left me a spear? That's a good sign. Ah! The forbidden snack. Although I think at this point it is safe to say popcorn. So these popcorn plants, you have to strike them... you have to strike them with a spear to open them up. They're almost like spark activated. That's not what popcorn... Okay. Well, good thing I'm going to a rest so you can have your squats. Trying to give myself a stomachache. Squatting and eating at the same time. Which is a thing I didn't think I'd say on the internet. And Lyris, thank you for filling the pint glass. Okay, we made it to 3. I think once we make it to 5, we backtrack and then go talk to the watcher, the echo that gets things started, I think. I'm trying to remember the start of this. And, Verdant, heck you very much. How is the outside world? Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Oh, for fuck's sake, J-Post. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 raptor hands. Okay, where were we? Me and my dead legs here. Okay. Okay. Now, in theory, one of the other popcorn plants will still be good here, so we can just... we can get ourselves another full belly. Actually, let's just take the snooze now. Oh, Rodser, get some sleep. As I said, someone around here has to be. And I hope you have a lovely rest of your evening. It's also worth saying that the Watcher is the most different of all of the Rain World campaigns. I love it. A lot of people didn't get on with it. And you basically are having like a Rain World time travel adventure. Where's my spear? Alright, I'll get another down here. And like ultimately the Watcher is about the one who hesitated and the path that sets them on. I guess in that way it is not too dissimilar from the other Rain World stories in that it's very much about the choices you make and the consequences of. You know, when things happened, the Watcher froze. The Watcher hid and then ran away. As opposed to their other little slugcat brethren that were like, charge! Now, was that smart and sensible? Absolutely not. Let's see if I can make it in time. Do I have to go through the gate? I feel like I had this this question last time. Okay. To quote Slug Frederick Durst, it's just one of those days. No! You guys gonna come help, or we're just gonna give me a... Come on, come on. You can get away. You can get away. I believe in you. So much for my scav buddies. Sorry again, if you're new to this one, it is possible to get away once you've been grabbed. So you notice how my little guy, his eyes are all kind of scrunched shut. They're not like little X's. That means I'm not dead, but now I am. Damn it. feel like we should go through the gate. I'm just trying to remember where and how, what we're supposed to be doing at this point, you know? Oh, these are the karma gates. You have to have your karma level to a certain point to go through them. They kind of work as interim... Oh, wait. Already handled you. Ooh. It was time to run, and then we got ourselves into the fruit place. How's that for coming up Millhouse, eh? Alright, what have we got here? A few moth bats, but we don't need them. Okay. It's got some murder grass. Just got to be a little bit careful of it, but we should be fine. Yeah. That's a bad place. Okay. Got myself a little lost. The murder grass is essentially, well, it is what it says on the tin. It's horrifying, sentient plants. The longer they are, the stronger they are. And they will try and basically pull you into their cluster and then eat you. Red murder grass is inescapable. The blue murder grass is a problem. Not an unsolvable problem, just a problem. Oh, it smells fucking good. We got a really good deal on a piece of beef over the weekend, so we're having pot roast tonight. Not yet, thankfully, numbers, but... Well, at least in this run, we don't have to appease the rot. So, like, that was the hardest part of... I guess that and getting my karma level up in the desert. Fucking hell. Okay. So, this is probably going to happen very, very quickly, and I'm going to try and get through it. So, in the center... Big Green, one of the huge green fight lizards, and one of the pink lizards are also battling with an alpha. The alpha lizards not only are faster and stronger and damn near unkillable, they can also spit these like sticky blobs at you that will knock you off your perch and slow you down. They are violently good predators. Now, Big Red has taken the drop wig. And the other two are just kind of fighting over territory. Most of the big lizards aren't particularly social. And Big Green can get very territorial. They probably won't kill each other. But they will sure as shit have a fight. The problem is... Oh. guess there was one more drop wig. The problem is, lizards don't eat their prey right away. What they do... Oh, thank fuck, a place to sleep. Simple Chaos, what turn, welcome. The World of Rain World, it's going good. Only 4 deaths so far. I'm trying to do that thing again where I try and explain the starting points of Rain World to people who haven't seen it. And realize that I'm not doing a good job of either playing Rain World or explaining it, so... I'm just trying to... lizards don't eat their prey immediately. They bury them back in their little hutch. And their little hide. Essentially storing food for the cycle. So what it means is that when Big Red is done putting that drop wig in its nest, it is going to come out of there and it is going to be back on the prowl. But yeah, Rain World's good. It's been interesting to hear that everybody kind of had a similar reaction to myself for Death Stranding. We've talked about the game news of the day, both the point and laugh schadenfreude of watching NFT companies go up in public flames, and the insanity of Build a Rocket Boy. We have also talked about like the old Microsoft special. I.e. that Game Pass is going to be going down in price because, or at least as we've been informed, COD absolutely... Oh, shit the bed. Lots of big greens there. COD drastically underperformed. And they don't know what to do with it. It's just right at the beginning of the game. Sorry, if you were playing this as the survivor, the first character, this is the starting area. Oh, so it's nothing new with Build a Rocket Boy, it's just that... after the whole thing of installing essentially monitoring style spyware on all of the office computers and not telling anybody, the union has stepped in and been like, you know, you can't spy on your staff like that without telling them. So it really is just more of a point and laugh. I'm kind of fascinated by that mentality of like, okay, the game didn't do as well as you hoped, and that's fine. That happens in video games. But like... Like, imagine that rather than internalizing it and being like, hey, we need to improve our game, or we need to change how we make our game so that the users will enjoy it, so we can, you know, bring some folks back for this. They're like, nah, it was a conspiracy. You know, it was not that the game was poorly constructed and poorly received. It's corporate espionage. I'm telling all y'all it's sabotage. You know what? If we get the... if we get the Survivor already, I know we can't use it, but it's nice. It's nice to have it there. If we're going to be doing this playthrough for as long as I think we're going to be doing... And yeah, and more to the point, Simple Chaos and Verdant, how are you both doing? What have you been playing? What have you been up to? Ooh, what have you been working on, if you don't mind my asking? And no, I wholeheartedly agree that that's a thing that someone needs psychiatric help with. There's this bit in Legion where they talk about insanity, and they talk about for an irrational thought to take hold, a rational thought must die. And I think about that so much. The example they use in the show is a man who starts believing that his leg is not his leg. Like he starts developing this paranoid concept that it's not his leg. And the way in which they visualize it, you know, the idea of a rational thought being like a healthy concept, and that the irrational, the conspiratorial being this sick bird cracking from a twisted egg. I don't know. Like, how deep in the hole must you be that you cannot accept that your title did not do well? That you have to create a league of villains, all working against you in synchronicity. Simple Chaos was stating that even after all the years of Rainward, still adore how eating animation is just bapping food into your face. Yep. Whoa. This game is probably the single best, like, this is the single best example of procedural animation doing so much of the heavy lifting. You know, one of the reasons why this game can be so organic is they don't have to code like edge cases for, you know, every possible slugcat interaction, right? Sure, the animation breaks sometimes and it gets a bit janky, but the amount of times it saves. Yay, rainbow! Fuck. Didn't think he'd recover that quickly. And my spear was not enough to stop him. But he is hurt. He might let go. He did not let go. Welcome to Rain World! Yup. But aside from that, like, game news hasn't been spicy today, which is honestly lovely. I talked a lot about the BAFTA stuff, but being a BAFTA member, I have to, you know, I have to choose my words very carefully, which is a little frustrating, but it's kind of a them's the breaks situation, you know. There's no point leaving all these. We're not coming back this way. I do think I had to go the way where that big green was, but we'll Work it out together. Yeah, vampire crawlers. It's oh fuck me. Okay, we're in trouble. Okay. Big red. Currently pushing big green out. Karma flower, love to see it. Yeah, you can have your fucking territory fight over there, mate. Don't want it. Don't need it. You're not my dad. No ski water and welcome. Ah! Hold that door. Oh, fuck. No! Fuck. Okay. Inoski and to the Scorpion King. Watto and welcome. Yeah, Mateus, I did pin Big Green to the ground. The problem was I didn't want to pin Big Green. I wanted to pin the pink one because Big Green can't climb. Big Green can go through pipes. Ooh. Oh, I might be in luck here. Now, if this Big Green and the pink get into territory battle... Nah, snap my damn neck. Okay. So, Noski, what were you playing? What were you up to? Tell me your tales. I'm back on Rain World. We are going for the... oh, shit. The rot's here already. Fuck. We are attempting... You know what, Numbers? It's not that I doubted you. It was just... I guess I hoped you were wrong. So what's the quote from Scrubs? Do you think I'm wrong, or do you want me to be wrong? Oh, well, so I hope Rocket League was treating you well. Yeah, so TLDR, we started Death Stranding 2 a few weeks back, and it just wasn't hitting. And after Death Stranding 2, on kind of like the long play list, was the return to Rain World. And here we are. We're playing the Watcher DLC, and we're going for the 2 new endings, one of which is considered the true ending. When last we played this, we did the super difficult bastard ending, which took me like 50 hours. However, it also put me in a situation where to get the proper endings, which were added after launch, I would have to start again. This is fine. Just check this guy away. Remember, friends, Big Green can't climb. Fuck. I can't believe the rot's already started. Oh, he's fucked. go down through this way? I think we did. Yeah, we did. This is cool. I know where we are. I know we need to be headed. Okay. Home with the newts. Just don't grab any newts. The last thing I need is them out to fucking get me. I keep forgetting there's a way up from here. Alright, bull squids, we're not doing this. Alright, we're not doing this. Okay. That's right, I can duke that one. I can zig him. You want... Panic, 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 panic. Panic, 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 panic. My name's Will, and I talked some shit, and Rainbow was like, I see you. I love this game. So yeah, to Nodeski, Scorpion King, if you're sticking around, let me know if you want some info on Rainworld. Otherwise, like, seriously, thank you for the raid. You know? Okay, and because we made friends with the scavs earlier, they're going to try and murder that guy. Good luck, guys. I believe in you. No, 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 no. Friend. Friend, friend, friend. Okay, friend,
Pro
friend,
gamer tip: if your chat can't keep you humble, Rain World certainly will.
Touche. You lot are pretty good at keeping me humble. No. Scavs can't come through here. And Simple Chaos, seriously, thank you for this. I don't know if I said enough thank yous for the second gold bit from last month. Which... Oh, yes, and I have everything I need to snooze. Hey, Iced, how you doing? What and welcome. We're back on the Watcher. I'm doing the two endings that they added after launch. But I had to start from jump because I did the Prince of Rot ending. Oh yeah, no, Matthias, I know we've talked about this before. I love the fact that you have to look at the scav queues to know if you're in trouble or not, to know if they like you or not. I love it. Well, that was a fuck up. wild to be at the farmer raise already. I still remember early on. Being very... Oh, no. Please, no. Please, no. Might be okay. Alright, we're alright. We're alright. When we first started playing the Watcher, being very, very confused about what we're supposed to be doing. Early on, the Watcher campaign is the most free-for-all. Free-form. And it's really hard to know what you should be doing. But it all comes together. Rot's here already. What the fuck? I didn't think I was faffing around that much. Okay, here we go. Now the Watcher can begin in earnest. Oh! Minerals, sinew, liquids? Oh! Liquids? Do you excrete? Yes, you do. Oh, you excrete? Oh! Ah, all those little minerals you work so hard for, right back into the soil as you will. Oh, just loves peeing. What a waste! What a joke! Oh. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Now it begins for realsies. Now, if you want that interaction explained, I'm more than happy to talk about it. Because, yeah, we are now beginning the Watcher in earnest. Okay, fuck it. I'll talk about it. So that floating thing there is an echo. See, I told you all earlier about Pebs and Moon and their whole jobs as iterators. You know, they were tasked with helping the creatures who came before in this land, of helping them to not evolve but ascend, to leave behind the material plane and move on to something else. Yeah, come on. Oh, fuck. Hit the wrong bloke. Alright, come on, lads. Out of the way. Come on. Alright. Everybody's in the pipes today. So yeah, the iterators succeeded. They found a way to help the population, you know, cast off the things that shackled them to the wheel. However, it didn't work for everybody. Because there are a myriad of reasons why someone might want to cling to their life. I don't just mean in like a survivalistic way, but, you know, love, pride, hope, knowledge, all sorts of things kept certain people trapped on the coil. One of the best ones I always think is the farmer, or at least the biologist, who was responsible for the regrowable crops that kept everyone fed. That they did such an incredible job, and they were so proud of it. But they were so proud, in fact, that it trapped them. Alright, I need that fruit, but Big Green's gonna try. Okay. Now I can sleep if needs be. And so rather than fully ascend, they became these things called echoes. They're kind of trapped, half in, half out, and an echo of who they were. Yes, the idea of attachment keeping you trapped is a big part of the thematics and story. Now, usually when you're playing through Rainworld, you can only even interact with those echoes once your karma is high enough. But they will bring you to a new karma level, essentially giving you an extra advantage. In the base game, one of the endings is your own ascension, and you can only get to that at level 10, which means getting all the way to 5 and then meeting 5 echoes across the map, and then finding that which is hidden beneath. It's a lot of work, but it's a very interesting ending that, rather than this typical like go back and find your family, what you do is you leave the wheel, the cycle of life and death that you've been trapped in. Yeah, and Jamami, that's the thing is, and like a lot of the thematics in this, it's not inherently bad. Unlike the invisible lizard, who is inherently bad. Fucking see you there, mate. Don't even try and pretend. Make your boy look like he's got a... Oh, to Turbo Cupham. Thank you kindly for the follow. Now where do we go now? Oh, down. And yes, Numbers, so far as I remember on a release, the Ascension ending was the only real ending. Turbo Cupham. Now, since then, with Downpour and things like that, other endings have been added. Now, as a little slugcat, you can find kind of like the slugcat colony outside of the gates and things like that. But yeah, that did require... you had to open the gates as the Artificer and then make it there as the Gourmand. Okay, not my smartest move. It's best to fight him on a flat plane. And that's one more in the bag. But yeah, so the echoes was something that I found that was so fascinating, right? Because it's not portrayed as a punishment. It's not that, oh, you did sin and now you live a terrible, spooky life. It's, no, you were attached, not necessarily in a bad way, but in a way where you couldn't leave. So the initial conceit is that the spears are actually just like sharpened pieces of, just snapped pieces of rebar that, over the centuries, the metal has become like brittle and a bit shit. So... Okay. So it's just kind of like snapped off at sharpened edges. Maybe the scabs can produce them. The scabs do seem to have a little bit of a crafty streak about them, Or at very least they understand where to acquire things and how to use them. make me use my spear for this? Okay. But what we do know is that the scavs have a hierarchy and they do have a culture. Oh, you're absolutely shitting my jaws. You saw the shadow of the vulture there, right? Ah, and then there's these little guys. Ooh. I don't like that noise. No. Fuck. Death comes for you fast in Rain World. Oh, and just in case any of you are Rain World aficionados, so I don't have much in the way of mods on. I have the listing of the song tracks, and I also have the kill tracker, which I think helps, because that way I can see how I died, and you can see what I've killed. When I played through the... Oh, no. When I played through this guy the first time... Fuck. Oh, buddy, need to go down. This is bad. Okay, no, it looks like Invisilis didn't chase. When I first played through The Watcher, there wasn't a... Yeah, okay, that's where I need to head. They didn't have a full game completion screen on, so I didn't get credited for my kill of Godzilla. Godzilla is the silver lizards, the super silver lizards, that have a magnetic super beam that they use to fuck up your entire shit. If you haven't seen them yet, then you're in for a treat. By which I mean, we're fucked. Yeah, that one. They have a magnetic field around them that stops any spears or anything being thrown at them. And the only time their Magna Shield goes down is when they do their Godzilla Super Beam attack, which will instant shred murder your face. I killed one of those mother hubbards. And I'd do it again, too. No! Fuck! I thought I could make it. At one point, I was actually on that regal vulture's back. I thought I could grab the karma flower and stuff it in my little slugcat cheeks before I got murderated. I was wrong. Okay, now it's time to punch. Well, it's not really punching down if it's an Invisilizard. You know what they did. But yeah, so we're going to need to kill another Godzilla in this run. King Gizzard and the Invisilizard. Oh. Speaking of which, apparently he had a buddy. Okay, no, we're cool, we're cool. We're cool. Okay. See? Dead easy. Easy game for babies. If you haven't seen these long wiggly guys, they are sweet. As long as you don't hurt them. They're also pacifists. So if you have a spiked weapon or something that's like an obvious attack, they will take it off you. But as long as you don't hurt them, like... God, the rot's really starting to take hold. Okay, so I was talking about echoes, I was talking about that they were a real sweet game mechanic. Oh yes, and as Matthias was saying, if you do hurt them though, oh boy, like they are nightmare tendrils, damn near unstoppable, and what they will do is grab you and just drown you. Like you can't just fight back against them. They're like, no, you fucked up. I'm trying to think where we need to go. I think we have to go because we have to meet the Watcher. Sorry, we have to meet the Echo in a few different areas. Okay, so we're going to go down. Controlled descent, like that video game Descent. Aha! Alright, so this is a scav store point. So I'm gonna swallow one of these for later. Oh, we're cool, we're cool. Everyone here has explosives, and we are in a room full of explosives. The only way that was going to end is, to quote The Fifth Element, Big Bada Boom. Okay, we're friends. Friendly buddies. See? Friendly buddies. Alright, where do we go? Yeah, I guess we'll go this way. We might have to eat some gross popcorn, but... I certainly prefer making this journey with, Excuse me, coming through. God, that made me jump. Okay. No, it's fine. It's fine. Look at my face. See how fine it is. That's the guy who saw me take stuff from the armory. Waited till I was out of explodey range. Yeah, fuck off. Despite its aspirations otherwise, Rain World is not an easy game for babies. I'm sorry you had to find out this way. It is quite literally difficult, lemon difficult. And I'm already getting my ass handed to me. Maybe, sorry, yeah, no, those emotes of my quote-unquote looks are, I mean, they're certainly memorable. I'm just trying to make sure we have a full belly before we get past the raptor hands. Your collection of memotes, if you will. Which game was that we were playing?
I couldn't even tell you. I don't remember.
The elegance of raptor hands. That's my Downton Abbey book. It was at this point that the gentleman Overguard did raptor hands on the dance floor. We knew he was a gentleman of strange breeding. Yeah. I am elegance, I am grace. Most people would like to hit me in the face. Oh, you bad words. Everybody's got it out for me today. Alright. Just remember, just don't hurt the family Newt Newt, and they are your greatest assets. Okay, okay. Rainworld is a perfect stream game because there are bouts of just doing nothing repeatedly and just strolling through the countryside where you can just call it an easy game for babies, and then there are other times where it is a panic-induced nightmare fest quite unlike anything else. Okay, now where did we go before? Okay, yeah, down and across, alright. Okay, you're my friend now. We're having soft tacos later. Yeah, going through the English countryside right until the murder sheet roll up on you. Lance, you don't even know. So, for those of you who may or may not have seen, Little Fire achieved what so many before have attempted, and that is to get a Baldur's Gate 3 run going. Alright. Be free. I need to go get some explosives. Actually, in case they try and stop me this time. And when we started this playthrough, there were 2 mods that were requested for our run. One was gold has no weight, which I do understand, but the other was an arachnophobia mod. It changes all the spiders in-game into sheep. And little did I know, I was leading us into the most sheep-laden part of the game. And it was extremely funny. There was definitely a I learned it from watching you moment, which I'm probably going to be haunted for the rest of my professional and non-professional gaming career. Okay. Nova did a really cool move where Nova shot the bridge out from under a sheep and it fell to its death. I tried to do the same thing, but forgetting that there's a simultaneous turn system. So as I chain up my my icy blast, better fuck off, mate. Little Fire rushes in to crush in a dread-phased sheep's skull, and I might. You'll have to watch the episode to find out, but I might have exploded the bridge out from under Little Fire. So hard, in fact, we had to reload the save. Oh, actually, I'm not going to risk it for a biscuit, because... There we go. Rains are coming. You know, Numbers, you know full well that I was told that penguin was invincible. I was fed false information by Tobias that's resulted in penguin murder. I mean, it's not even penguin manslaughter when you think about it. I was merely the utility, the vessel of Tobias's murder when you stop and think about it. Okay. I was sporting anti-penguin rounds. Yes, I was. Okay, but did I raise that penguin child as my penguin own? Yes, I did. Oh, poor little guy. I'm going to get him another karma level and hopefully a full belly, but... Scabs around in force. It wouldn't be a bad shout to be friends with the scabs this run, but how long do you think that's going to last? So the poison popcorn, or say the gross rot popcorn or rot corn, whatever you want to call it, you only get a little bit of a blip each time you eat it. And every time you eat it, there is a chance that you'll just kind of like fall over. Because it's not good. Okay, firstly, it is the pint glass. And if it is blocking the food pips, that just means that House Order is winning. Okay. Papa Newt Newt, I see you looking at me. The rot corn is fine. But unlike a few other terrible foods, the rot food doesn't seem to have lasting effects other than you're having a bad time for a bit. But yeah, so I didn't kidnap a penguin. What I did was I adopted a baby penguin in Subnautica and raised them as my own brethren.
The visibility.
J-Post, thank you. Seriously, thank you. Exactly, Matthias. It's like downing a whole sleeve of Oreos very quickly. You'll feel grim for a little bit, but you'll be fine, and there are no lasting downside effects towards eating a whole pack of Oreos very quickly. Unless they are the Doctor Doom Oreos that I keep seeing in the store. Because no one seems to be buying those. I'm always of the opinion of if it's a promotional food item and no one's buying it, that probably means it's either gross or bad. Simple chaos, thank you. Do we actually have a House Order, House Chaos battle on our hands again? We haven't had one of these in a long time. Not since Arbor, lad. Oh, J-Post, all of you, thank you. All right. Shh, he's sleeping. Something tells me that's a place I need to go because I remember it very distinctly. Oh yeah, or the Sonic the Hedgehog blue curry. There we go. Left him. Oh yeah, and if we have to go through Shaded Citadel early again, like we did last time in this fucking run, I now have the glow lantern, so it shouldn't be too much of a pitch black, spidery hell nightmare. I'm still reeling from learning about that the Prime energy drink is like a horrible YouTuber-inspired flavor of nonsense. I knew that the Mr. Beast Feastables, which should be called Beastables, were badly designed after the whole, like, shards of chocolate cutting children thing, which probably shouldn't have found as funny as I did. No! Shit. Yes, I did just become a Beastable. Thank you for pointing that out. And, Dan did it to himself. You know, Dan wanted to feel alive. He wanted to feel the danger, the rush of early Silk Song, and he did it through the medium of Feastables. Get ready for revenge, Mother Hubbard. He says, quickly eating a Karma flower and running away. Yeah, brave Sir Robin. Be the Feastables you want to see in the world. Ooh. Not today. I'm trying not to use the boomstick if we can avoid it, you know.
He who fights and runs away lives to run away another day.
And he who explodes his enemies in explosive viscera doesn't have to run anywhere. You know what this is? That next room is the big one where we had to encounter the fucking the red super predator. The one thing you would know about the moth bats, whatever you want to call them. Oh fuck, they are cowards. They're scared of you because you will eat them. If they are running towards you, it means whatever they fled from is significantly scarier. Alright, I think I'm just going to have to use it here. Nope, that was a biff.
When danger reared its ugly head, he bravely turned his tail and fled. Brave, 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 Sir Numpty.
There's Big Red. Literally eating one of his compatriots. Oh. Go on, Big Green. Go on, Big Green. Sure wish I had that explosive right now. Nope. Something rock and hard place. Ooh. Want to go cause some trouble? Fuck! I didn't mean cause trouble for me! Okay, again, if you haven't seen this game before, so those little honeycomb hives, the bees that live in it, their defense mechanism is to shoot out, like, those little, like, sticky attachment stuff. And they'll stick most things in place. My goal is to take one. Fuck. My goal was to take one, bring it over to where we were dealing with those bastards, maybe stick Big Red in place. You'll notice that that has not been happening. Even with an explosive, though, Big Red would have just gone, lol, ruffle now. It's real cute you thought that. I think I'm supposed to head up from here. I remember the panic very acutely. There we go. Feels a little bit evil sometimes, hitting them with a spear and watching them kind of like limp away into other spots, but you know, we're a slug cat, we got shit to do. Yay! You know, now we're back in Rain World territory. I do want to remind you all, Clip of the Month Club does exist. There's not been a lot of clips in April, so you would have to unseat Null himself to get up on their boards, but it's very doable. Ooh, fancy pearl. Who am I kidding? If you want lore, we'll have to come back with a Pearl Master or something. Oh, this is not good. Okay, if you are new here, the rumbling means that the day is coming to an end. The cycle is nearly over. So I need to find somewhere to rest, otherwise we die. Now, can I remember where the nearest shelter is? Ooh. Essentially, the rain of Rain World will start filling the area up. If you're outside, you'll be crushed by the downpour. If you're indoors, you don't get crushed initially, but then the rains will flood the area. Yeah, see, this area is already underground. Yeah, looks like we're not going to make it, friends. Oh, controller's going absolutely loopy bananas. Buddy, work with me here. Work with me here. Ah, Nova! More squats. So many squats today. Hooray! How are you doing? Watto and welcome. Yeah, damn it, Pebs. Oh, the other thing you need to know about Rainworld, it's all Pebbles' fault. I was talking about you earlier. I was saying that you gave us a whole bunch of the loose leaf tea and the little disposable tea bags for like loose leaf stuff are so good. Because anytime I use like a diffuser, cleaning it is always a nightmare. And it's not like I can keep the tea after. Yeah, so Yeti, I put the price of squats down because they were supposed to be for everyone for, you know, for Snareway to Sneven last year. So, yeah. Already starting to hurt. Yeah, I mean, Nova, it's not like I want people to stop doing dabs and stuff. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. Okay, there we go. Oh, there we go. I'll wait now. Okay. Just wait till I sat down. See, Little Fire has real-time updates based on my creaking knees and my fuck you, Moose. My creaking knees and my noises I make when I sit down. Moose did that on reflex. So anyway, I started squatting. I don't know if I like that. You proud of that one, Lataga? Hang on, bear with me 2 seconds, friends. Oh, you're all bloody terrors. Little Fire's doing battle with a migraine, so squats are fine, but nothing's gonna create loud screeching noises. And I'm talking to Rainworld as much as I'm talking to you lot, alright? Okay, 15 more. Okay. Okay. Little Fire pointing out that I am the screeching noise. I said screeching and not creaking. Thankfully, with the mic set up, they can't hear just how crunchy my knees are. Alright, 15 more. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. There we go. There we go. All right. You happy now? Yeah. The speed at which you said no there. Okay. Oof. Okay. Let's go kill Big Red. Yeah, Simple Chaos just sending you some good anti-migraine vibes. Ooh. I try and make sure we have stuff in the house that helps with, at least as best as we can stock. At what point do we start spending points on joint supplements? Well, I still have my old man over 50s vitamin, so I guess I'm doing fine. Sorry if I hadn't told. The joke being, I was in the store just buying like vitamins and stuff because, I'm not against them by any means. And I was looking at different jars of different. Oh no. Huh. Don't like how none of them are going after me right now. And I saw one that said 50 plus, and I was like, oh shit, it's got 50 different kinds of vitamins in it. I'll get that one. That's more. It means it has to be better, right? Right? Come on, I'm delicious. I'm delicious. Wait for it. Hadouken! Oh, shit, the bed. Okay. Okay, so this is not going according to plan. The Invisilizard is camping the doorway. Red, Big Red, is in there. Whether or not we can kill him is another matter. The Invisilizards are very much ambush predators. Come on. Now let's watch those two fight it out. Okay. I fucked up severely. Jet lizards. They're the only lizards fast enough to get away from Big Red. Greylark, what and welcome. How you holding up? Yeah. It would be lovely to get a Big Red kill in this run. One of these days, I would love to do another round of, Rain World multiplayer. You have to... Oh, excuse me. You pretty much have to play it, like, either same console or same machine. Which is why we did it over at Chorby's a million years ago. Ooh. Greylock says they finally got to sleep after a 35-hour streak. Just, like, bad bout of insomnia or... hard work or marathon, like, fuck. I don't try to dwell on the passage of time and whatnot, but I used to be able to do some pretty heavy marathons, especially when I was traveling for work. I used to. Fuck, Big Red's fast. That's Big Red's nest there. Kind of what I need is I need the scabs to be a little braver and try and lure Big Red away. Because as I'm sure you've noticed, the lizard heads are heavily armored. Wait, are they fighting or mating? So yeah, so what you have to do, beam them in the noggin with a brick, which causes them to flick round. Fuck. It did not work. It did not work. Damn. So Greylock was saying it was a marathon of being up all night gaming, then needed to do grown-up work, and then DJing. Damn. You know. Sorry, I hate that my brain immediately went to Jason Mendoza with, I've got dreams and aspirations. I want to be a DJ in Miami. Sorry. But yeah, I have no such tales to tell. I did that thing last night where I passed out at like midnight and then woke up at 2, and then my brain was like, "Welcome to the loud zone." Aww. How can you hate Jason? He's a sweet crime throwing dingus. Bye! Alright, we're back in the Royale. Fuck. Poor Big Green, he can't get his face around to get into the pipe to come eat me. I will say though, I do hard agree on the when you've been really sleep deprived and finally getting to lie down in bed is a decadence that few will truly understand. Oh, Big Red doesn't want to come this way because that first, you can see it twitching there. That first pipe isn't a pipe, it's a mimic. Anyway, again, at this point, I'm just going to say, if any of you need an explanation for Rain World, just let me know. I'm more than happy to talk about it. I think the scabs like me at the moment. Not stabbing me in the face. Yeah, okay. Notice how he raised his spear, but because I've made myself small, he didn't stab me in the face. No, we're okay, we're okay. See, we're cool, we're cool. The more pearls and shinies you bring them, the more they like you. Okay. Alright, we're making a break for it. Those two are duking it out. Okay, now we've got half a day. We're good. Golden. Okay. But yeah, just if you want to know about Rainworld, please ask, because I will happily bore you to tears talking about it. Ow. Okay. Sorry, I got real intense there because it was like, I don't know how I feel about the term lock in, but it was definitely a if I don't focus right now, I'm about to be a red lizard's squeaky play toy, not in a fun way. God. Speaking of which. To Sour Visa, or Sour Visa? Watto and welcome. I am very much a Rainworld fanatic, and when I'm not running for my little Watcher life, I'll show you my tattoo. We have done the original 2 endings for the Watcher. Like, we'll just call it the Spinning Top and the Prince. I haven't gone back to it since the extra ending and the true ending were added. Okay, you just started the Saint today. Okay. The Saint is the only campaign that I request people not talk about spoilers-wise, because it's kind of the culmination of the base stories. Like, you know, you can talk about the iterators and the slugcats and all the fun times, just, you know. Okay, I can have a little snooze here. But yeah, Sour Vista, in terms of, we've done every other ending. I mean, even the Ascension ending for the Hunter. So yeah, I'm finding my feet again with it because I haven't played in a while, and I cannot remember where the other echoes are from the start of the Watcher, but I mean, it's good. It gives me reason to have a feck about. I really wish though I'd gotten that feckin' hand tattoo, because what I wanted to do was get the karma symbols across my hand so I could count them to work out how many cycles I needed to sleep before I had to continue. Okay. It's even more confusing with the Watcher when you move to the echo cycles as well. Anyway, so coming in, I'm Will. I worked in video games for a million years. Actually, I mean, I haven't spoken to them in a squillion years, but I used to know the core devs to Rainworld really well. They're a cool bunch. I don't know too many folks in the Downpour Onward team as well as I know. But yeah. find some snacks. Okay. Oh, fuck. Back of the Shaded Citadel, is that you? Sorry, and to those of you who are new here and whatnot, like, I don't mean to pitch at you. I just figure you'll want to know what I'm about before you get trapped in conversation with me about Rainworld. Rivulet's been your favourite so far? Okay. I don't know. It's hard to pick a favourite campaign for just fun-wise. The Rivulet is so fun to move around in. But then, like, with the Artificer, I kind of went on what could only be described as a kill spree. I was the danger. And I had a lot of fun doing it. It's weird how I have this pre-mapped. Kind of, I wonder if that's a bug from just restarting a game, or if it's supposed to imply that the Watcher actually knows this area. Going after the easy prey. Coward. Yeah, everybody wants a piece of the slugcat until the slugcat bites back. Okay, okay. Trying to get us a full belly, because otherwise we've got to do well, Shaded Citadel twice. Reflective, how you doing, mate? What and welcome. We're back on Rainworld. I'm loving the excuse to be back here, you know? How you been? What's been going down? I mean, Greylark, you've been exposed to me in conversation, so like a lot of other games, it would shock me if I haven't natted your face off about it. Okay. Quickest route to shelter is down and down. Okay. Also, let's hear it for the swallowing a glowstone so we can actually see where the fuck we're going. As a quick heads up, ooh, fuck. As a quick heads up, the Shaded Citadel is riddled with, maybe not spiders, but spider-like things. Okay. We are in the Shaded Citadel. We have made it this far. Mateus, I'm going to go ahead and never call them that because that's a little too close to a culmination of like millipede or centipede and cloaca, which I never wanted to think about in my brain ever. So you have cursed us with knowledge. Clowns do cocaine. That they do. That they do. Sorry, just thinking, one of my favourite lines in Metalocalypse is, put the boots to him. Medium style. I don't know why. I will say, last time we came through here, I did not have a glowstone, so it was mostly a pitch black nightmare. Now it's a slightly less pitch black nightmare. I often feel a little bad for people with arachnophobia because, like, sharks are very prevalent in video games and all sorts, but not nearly as bad as spiders. The good news being, though, these spiders cannot handle bright light. So you can flashbang these little nightmare creatures to death. I forget where I am. Could rest here. But yeah, so yeah, Greylark, I've played the absolute shit out of this series. Because I feel like calling it a series now is better than calling it a game. You know, the sheer amount of game. Like, to get the Prince ending of Downpour took me 55 hours. That's just one campaign out of, God, however many. Trying to eat as many bugs before snoozing. So yeah, reflective. What makes it Hungarian beef stew? I'm kind of curious. Because you're hungry when you eat it. Get out. Get out. And then please come back. Okay. so going up leads us in back in a big loop, so going down is the path. Okay. Ah, speaking of being hungry... Poor little lantern mice. These cutie patooties are called, well, lantern mice. They are afraid of everything. They are a reliable source of light if nothing else is available, but you basically just have to kidnap one of them and drag them around with you. You know, standard stuff. Don't even look at me funny, buddy. You ain't that big. You ain't that big. You ain't that tough. Though these pieces of a spider will team up. Ah, okay. No, we're cool, cool, cool. All it takes is one scav to run to end a run, and then it's a blood feud. And then I spend the rest of the game being like, why are the scavs always hunting me? Ah, it's so unfair. Before you ask, yes, it is very hark. 'Tis this, the consequences of thine own actions. Still got half a day, so we're good. Okay, not here. And as I've said, friends, if any of you are very confused by this, don't worry. Rainworld is simultaneously a very simple and extremely confusing video game. I'm just glad I remembered to swallow a fucking lantern for this. Because last time we came through here, I didn't. It cost me dearly. I hope I'm taking this the right way. No! I deserve a cookie, because I did not screech like I wanted to. I didn't see the rot until it was too late, and I wanted to let out a full-on Darth Vader style no. Alright. Red Burning Dragon, what and welcome. And actually, when we kicked off today, Eriman... It was Eriman? Yeah, posted the Who Watches the Watcher in Latin. Thank you, Lyris. No, seriously, thank you all. Alright. I've definitely been Captain Von Stressy Spaghetti. I really appreciate it. Get careful, nerd! Virals, how you doing, mate? Watto and welcome. Is it just Virals, I am so sorry. For whatever reason, it has decided to just straight up fucking ignore you. Stupid computer. Well, Virals, thank you for Agent 47 months. We're back on Rainworld on Tuesdays now. We're going for the new endings. Well, I should say new endings. They were added quite a while ago, but the endings that were added to the Watcher, of which we have 2. So, yeah. How you doing? How's Void Rain's been? Tell me your tales. And also, yeah, to everybody else, because a bunch of people have popped in since last I asked. So, how was your weekend? What were you playing? Because I was on my usual kicker, but I also started playing this quasi... it's not quite an auto-battler, not quite an incremental game, but like a dungeon crawler. And I'm having a feckin' great time with it. Legend, you've fallen for one of the classic blunders. Never start a land war in Asia, and never start a long war campaign on a weekend. Oh, you absolute... We're okay, we're okay. Virals decided to retroactively add another new mechanic to all the bosses. So that's been going. All 112 bosses. It's alright, you can do like a new series called Managing Scope Creep with Virals. The first slide is, well, here's how I didn't. I mean, but then again, it's your game and you're allowed. Oh, Jamami, have you tried, like, how different is the version 2 update to Planet Crafter? Because... because I did see that was up, and Planet Crafter is one that Jess and I have thoroughly enjoyed. I have to just go across the rock bridge and just not die? So simple. Just don't fucking die. You know what, Moose? That might actually work. Like, now that the old empires are dying. Moose was suggesting a pitch for a podcast called Who Hurt You? Fuck you! The rot has more reach than I thought it did. Honestly, I don't think I can go that way. Which begs the question, where am I going? I guess into the bowels. God. This is the point where I do miss having some of the hardcore Rain World folks with us and be just being able to be like, which way am I going? It's been bloody years since I played this. Of course, joke's on me, because we're going to try a different route this time. But yeah, joke being on me, of course, because... Oh, we are kind of stuck. Alright. Yeah. The thing that I guess frightens me a little bit is with Planet Crafter. The thing that scares me with Planet Crafter is how if we have to start again, I think I would. But like some of the story beat stuff that we hit upon, which I won't spoil, so don't worry, but like... Yeah, rest in peace, you bastard. Try and jump me. I'm a Goran slugcat. Look at the way I shimmy. I shimmy weird. No, we're all friends. We're all friends here. See? All friends. Look, no weapons. No weapons. Yeah, all friends here. Everybody's a homie. Everybody's homies in Rainworld. Oh! Apparently, the pink lizard did not get the memo about everybody's a homie. Well, Dice, Watto and welcome. How are you doing? Having a little round of the old easy come, easy go Rainworld style. that's good to hear. That's good to hear. As I was saying earlier, I don't have too much in the way of tales to tell. Tried watching some new and interesting stuff over the weekend, and it ended up being mostly naff. The 1 versus 400 sword fight was the one I'd been saving for like a special occasion, and when that turned out to be a bit trash, I'll be honest, there was more than a little bit of sadness there. All right. And that, my friends, is how you kill a lot of spiders. Oh shit, but not that one. Any of you dead spiders have a spare spear for me? I've got a brick. Okay, I might be in trouble. Okay, here we go. Because we couldn't take the overbridge. Yeah, I fucking see you, mate. Don't think I don't see you. Doesn't matter if I see you if I biff the shot. Yeah, you better run. So these little nightmare critters are essentially like a colony millipede type thing. The bigger the colony, the braver it gets. So if you beam just a couple of pieces of it with a brick, it'll make a run for it. But if you let it get too large, not too much you can do. Except for fight 1 million spiders. Or do this. All new spider begone. When you find yourself inundated with shitloads of spiders, you spider be gone. Okay. It's always socially acceptable. Ooh, what's that? To cast lightning. I have, unfortunately, not eaten enough to survive, so I can't use that. Okay. If I don't get myself killed, Sorry. So the plants that are lurching their way towards me, these guys hunt mostly by sound. Once they grab you, it's almost all over, but you can get them with a well-timed spike. Those lilies are pretty good and all. Okay. Nap time. And it's time for a little snooze in hellish nightmare spider basement. Isn't that fun, everyone? We're back to that point of Rain World where I'm half telling a story and just freaking out. It's good to be back. I mean, we'll see how things shake out. Hopefully I won't need to move back into... No, you don't. Fuck. And that's another one on the cards. I'm not even gonna... Spider bits, spider bits. Necessary for survival bits. So these little, I guess they're somewhere between like a daikon and a bok choy. These little like water flowers. They heal you for one. They feed you for one, and they can be used as a throwing weapon. Did I rip open space-time? No, not yet. I haven't even got to start fucking with space-time powers yet. Now, I do remember in previous runs that we couldn't get up. That we couldn't get up to Pebs. Oh. Hello. Did you say hello? Oh, I said hello. It's just as good. I do think that's the way we have to go. Get a brick just in case. If the strange dangly plants grab you, you can hit them with a spear or a brick just to loosen their grapple. Obviously the light doesn't do shit. At least we can use that fucking flower. I remember us having a really bad time with this point in The Watcher, but I can't remember why. Am I falling for the same game design? The same violent tricks repeated? Am I the epitome of insanity, attempting the same thing again and again and expecting a different result? Only time may tell. Wait, which red things? Because we were dealing with Big Red earlier on. I do wonder though. Oh, the floating things? Oh, those are the basically like water lily daikon combos. No, you're not completely off. Basically, I swallowed one of the lanterns earlier because I knew we were going to be coming back to the Shaded Citadel. Ah, here we go. There we go. You again! Oh, little thing. Trembling, peeping eyes. So peeping! But I suppose you must peep. So many sharp teeth and claws in this meat world. They look to grind you up, grind up your sticks. Dot, dot, dot. Here, I will give you a gift. Okay, now it starts. Hold this special button to camouflage from predators. Yeah, okay. So now we have our invisibility back. Now we're starting to get somewhere. I do like that it drops you right next to the scav armory. So if you want to, you can be like, yeah, time to tool up. I'll leave them that as a thank you for later. Actually, and I don't think we need the... Okay. Sorry, we don't need the heat lantern. It's going to be a while before we go to cold areas, and it's not worth keeping in our stomach from now until then. So what we'll do is we'll take a few more pearls, and for this run I'm going to try and just keep the scabs happy. Ah. So Vershi, I've definitely been looking at Windrose, and it looks so fun. You know, I know we've talked about it a lot in terms of like dev cycles and things, and how like Windrose, all it had to do was the thing that we wanted instead of the thing that we kept being told we wanted. And yeah, sold 1 million copies in 6 days. Do you know what didn't sell 1 million copies in 6 days? Skull and Bones. Oh, is there a spear down here? We gotta... Yeah, fill our bellies and get a rest spot now. And the combat just looks fun. You know, the fact that it's got ship-to-ship boarding properly is Greylock said, I tried to buy as many as I could, but alas, my booty wasn't big enough. Yeah. Reset the clock. No, not the silverfish clock. The skull and bones one. Look. I am vehemently against punching down. You know that. Like, that's not how we do. I'm not the one who said this is the world's first quadruple A video game. I didn't say that. Yves Guillemot did. You know, when they announced that they were going to be making a ship battle spin-off of Black Flag, everyone went like, okay, yeah. Because Assassin's Creed, I believe it was Rogue, which was the like standalone spin-off initially of Black Flag, which I want to say was PSP. Wasn't great, like, wasn't terrible, but it wasn't great. Not like Black Flag was. Oh. Bacon's not dead. Okay. Okay. Okay, so that's one pearl for them. Once they've passed, I'll go back into the shelter, get the other pearl, and hopefully they'll still be around for me to give it to him. Yeah, old multi-clock overguard, they call me. When you stop moving in a shelter, you rest in that shelter. Good work, me. Okay. So basically what I need to do now is try and find the other... Oh, this is a short cycle. I'm going to leave those in there. Because if I remember rightly, I think what we have to do is try and find the little echo in all the places that we can. Okay. So I haven't been giving it the usual... There you go. You friends now? I haven't been giving it the usual, like, loud nonsense, but the echo that we're following is different, because in all the other times where you find echoes in Rainworld, they're in one place, as much as they are trapped in their... As much as they are trapped in this kind of half-in, half-out space, it's usually tied to a place or something. This is the first time where you meet an echo more than once, and especially in different places. And I'm not going to tell you why, but as I'm sure you've guessed, they are the echo of someone very young. A larger portion of the Watcher gameplay is going to be, at least initially, is finding them and then... Oh, alleged. What and welcome. Slugcat's going good. You know, I get an excuse to talk about Brainworld more. Oh no, however will I cope? But we've had loads of homies in today. And, I mean, the Watcher is always off to a slow start. Unlike the other Slugcat campaigns, it's one of the few ones where you don't get a very clear goal to start with, which can be a little intimidating for folks. We're dead. Might actually need to drop this guy though, because if I want a full belly, this is the best place to get it. And currently, Pink McSkin Cup here is in the way. Oh. Seems everyone wants a piece of me today. Cool mask you got there. Ah, yeah, you better run. Go up and tell the rest of them Slugcat sent you. You draw breath this day because I let you. Alright. You ready for your rematch? That's fine. I am, however, out of spears, so our rematch may have to be postponed for a little bit. Oh, one of the cool things I love... Oh. Hey, I've got to stop being cocky now. Yeah, the family's in. Because these guys can and will cram themselves through out of spite. See, vultures are opportunists. They wait until things on the surface and then swoop down, which is fine. I mean, it sure is some opportunistic predator behavior. The thing that I find fascinating, though... Cornflower. The scabs, you'll all notice, have those masks. The vulture masks are considered something that only the chieftains have. So if you manage to kill a vulture and pull its face off and wear its face like a mask, all of the scabs will respect you. You're like, because you're chieftain tier badass. But you can pull the mask off of a vulture before it dies, and from that point onwards, that vulture will get bullied by the other vultures, but will also hunt you without rest. Like, just behaviors stack atop behaviors. Okay. So I think we checked everywhere in Industrial Complex, and I don't remember there being a space. I mean, I'm gonna try the vertical shaft nearby, and oh, okay. If I go down, I haven't explored that. Okay. Darn it! Shit, whatever was in my head just dropped completely out. Anyway, Rain World! Woo! Buttloads of slugcats. Slugcats with me. You two are having a little scrap. Alright. Oh, okay. We have been here. This is where we were trying to fight there. Trying to fight Big Red. Which is admittedly not the smartest idea I've had all day. Fuck, I'm starting to see the rock creatures. Oh, fuck. So you have to be real careful with these guys. Because you're probably thinking, oh, well, he's dead easy, right? You can take him. Well, watch this. Yeah. Okay, I think I got lucky. Yeah, okay. One of his tendrils got pinned. But yeah, so he is a fully rot-infected lizard. And just like with these sad things that happen to the hunter, when you kill them, they don't die. They get worse. Were you skinning Jar Jar? Misa, get a new couch. Get the the Sith IKEA special, please. I heard some folks saying the Darth Maul show is very good. It's going to be ages before I get the chance to watch that, and like honestly, even when I had access to Disney Plus stuff legally, like I wasn't even caught up on The Mandalorian. Okay. This place seems nice. Get ourselves some snacks. There we go. And whenever we choose to rest, we do it with a full belly. Okay. Shit. Oh, okay. So we came by this way earlier in the run. This is where I nearly drowned. Sorry, and then absolutely drowned. Okay, yeah. Oh, it's coming from above. Okay, we gotta go. Gave it the old zigzag treatment. That is a jet lizard, which is exactly what it sounds like. It is a bio-jet-powered lizard. It can basically blast off Team Rocket style using its rear. It is extremely funny, however, if you manage to hit that guy. I just regurgitated that. Oh, shit. You know what? Hold that thought. Me. Okay. Guess who forgot he has camouflage? This guy. Okay. And we're safe. Okay, what was I trying to talk about? Grogu and the Mandalorian. I need to catch up on Mando, but it's hard to hate it. Hey, Jamami, and it's been lovely hanging out. Go get some sleep. I keep saying someone around here has to. I'm just happy to be back in the zone. And it does feel nice that, like, I remember so much of this world. I don't need guides. I don't need to, like, look up the here's how you do a thing. I still hate pop snails. Fucking see? Thief little shits. Remember, it is always socially and morally okay to hate pop snails. And then there's this guy. Okay, yeah. You are fucking shitting me sideways. Piss. You can do it, Will! Pulled up into the rot and snacked upon. Alright. Friends, I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to take a little break. I'll play you some smooth jams. Just recompose my Rainweldian self. And maybe even try and get through one whole thought. Like, do you think such a thing is possible? I'm just happy to be back, you know? J-Post like, nah. Verton, I believe. You fool. You fool. Okay, we have 2 for nah. 1 for, is it possible? Yes. Is it likely? No. I think it's quite funny that some of you found my little corner of the internet from that old So You're Being Hunted video I did with Floydo a million years ago, in which I never finish a story or a train of thought because I am interrupted by spooky ass fucked up robots from across the British Empire. Well, hail the Robo Queen. Okay. For realsies now. I'm gonna nip to the loo, get some water. Then let's keep going. I cannot remember where the next echo is, but like honestly, this is probably the hardest part. No, I'm gonna shut my whole mouth. I was about to say this is the hardest part of the game. Just trying to find the initial bunch of. No, it gets worse. If you haven't seen how the Watcher plays out, that as the game progresses, areas become infected with this rot, and the rot changes the world in a myriad of ways. Food becomes nasty. You can still eat it, but it only fills you up like a little bit, like a quarter of a blip. Creatures become more dangerous, like even going so far as to some of them, if you try and take them down, they become far worse, like that nightmare lizard you saw. And also the rot, the purple rot being different from the blue rot that stems from whatever it was that Pebs was fecking with. But it still operates the same way. If it grabs you, if it pulls you in, you're gone. Game over. You are just slowly digested by horrible otherworldly nightmare tumors. And I spread that to every corner of the multiverse. Yeah, if it grabs you, congratulations, you are now surplus biomass. You will be shown a surplus biomass training video. And Simple Chaos putting 5 down on Rain World. Is it on sale? Or are we just betting against me? Okay. Move this over here. I guess I can keep it up in the back. Oh! Rain World is on sale right now. The base game is $11, and the full DLC library, which is, I want to say this is Slugcats Life Cycle. Yeah, Rain World, Downpour, and the Watcher. So all the story content together for $30. Like, I can't imagine any of you are hurting for games to play right now, and this is a game. It either has to be your kind of jam, or you have to play it at the right time. $11? That's $10. You laugh, but like, one of the games I was looking at this week was $17. My brain's like, no, that is $20. 20 is way too close to 30, so nah. That's cool. Okay, all right, friends. Let me play some tunes, and I'll be back with you all in just a second. Oh, I see how it is. I see how it is. When I want to have a dance party, it's just Will sadly flopping around by himself. But soon as I'm out, it's like answer. Anyway, cheers all. It's what I call fancy soda o'clock. Turn off the limit for squats, you coward. If I have to go get you, like, emergency supplies later, I need my legs. I can't fucking commando crawl all the way to Freddy's. Streamers don't have legs. Shh. Don't tell them. Anyway, hello. I have returned. It's so cute to see the early trailers of Brain World. I'm like, ah, look how simple this game is when you start. You just gotta worry about one little thing. Okay, so this is 2 times now with both Virals and Margin Walker. Thank you. I guess alerts are fuck it again. Bits seem to be working. Yeah. But for some reason, like... Anyway, Margin Walker, seriously, thank you. Like, thank you all. Let's get back into the Rain World vibes.
Breaking news, local gamer man found crawling into Freddy's, mumbling something about stupid helpful snails.
Stupid snails. And it would be US gamer Will Overguard, because that's what I'm cursed to be called. Let me just... Alright, test widgets. Test subscription. Can Kevin subscribe?
Reactor online.
Oh,
Sensors
Kevin can
online.
subscribe,
Weapons
fine.
online. All systems nominal.
Fuck's sake. Anyway, Margin Walker, that's nearly 2
This is a
years of
subscription test.
Fuck off, Kevin. So seriously, thank you. You'll actually get a new long ship next month. Verdant, don't make me get the hose. Just, okay. And Baron, what own welcome. Subs like the hose. All of you, 1 million years dungeon. Wait, no, hang on. Fuck. Oh, sorry, the tippity tappity was, the just subs are broken again on Streamlabs. Anyway, Baron, how are you doing? Whatto and welcome. We're back to Rain World, and we're having a lovely morning. Okay, it's 6 o'clock in the afternoon, but it feels like a morning. I've got... Since last we played this, they added 2 more endings for this little guy, the Watcher. Been better? Mate, sorry to hear it, but yeah, hopefully we can be a good little influence on you the rest of your day. We got a really good deal on a piece of meat, so we got pot roast to cook in. We have seen movies, mostly terrible ones, I did try and show Little Fire over the garden wall last night, and both of us fell asleep. But then I'm happy to watch and rewatch that so many times, so. Really, buddy? You do me like this? Haha! I have confused him with ink. Dude's trying to eat the squid. Spoiler. Don't eat the squid. Yeah, Baron, that'd be way cool. You can tell me all the tales offline. Oh, I don't like this party. What happened there was I went to yeet the brick to discombobulate Big Green so I could get past him. My brick hit the fruit, and the fruit went, "Oh, am I invited to this party?" Big Green, seeing my attempts to brick him in the noggin, was like, are you fucking me right now?" and just snapped my neck. Any game where the systems are significantly chaotic enough that you can like infer, maybe not malice but intellect, I always think is brilliant. God, what to say since last we've had a natter. Me and Little Fire got super into Schedule 1 as a downtime game, and it was brilliant. Even if I was just, facilitating the Gremlonian meth empire. I only made natural, homegrown, organic narcotics, like weed mixed with giant fava beans and cocaine mixed with Viagra. You know, standard stuff. Oh, that's cool. Greylock was saying new 3D Super Meat Boy is pretty legit. That's way cool. Okay, so I've got a pearl with me so I can make friends if needs be. It sounds like a bean flicking good time. I'm gonna get the hose. Whatever it is that they put on, like, riot trucks. None of you are without sin. That's right, Big Green can't climb that fast. Fruit. Legend, if I hadn't tried and failed so many times the youngling to beat Sin in Final Fantasy X, like long before you're supposed to, I would admonish you for that joke. And yes, before you ask, I am someone who tried to beat the feckin' Blitzball fight. Okay. I think we've gone the wrong way. Okay. Why, yes, I do mean the FPS Sin. The game that... Of all the games that Half-Life absolutely wrecked, I think Sin got hit the hardest. I'm not saying that I have, like, sympathy for it. It was very, very broken at launch, but, like, Sin was a broken game in the old way of making games, when Half-Life was like, hey, we don't do it like that anymore. It's alright. Big green can't climb. I just have to make sure I don't get my face eaten! It is wild to me that we're getting a Sin remaster. Remember when Sin episodes was going to be a thing? No. Then again, you know, remember when they were going to reboot Perfect Dark? Different times. Okay, I remember where we're going now. Hey, look, Sin was fine, you know. It was a gruff protagonist. It had some really cool set pieces. You know, as a post-Quake shooter, it was very competent. But Half-Life, a game that had a story, like a real story, and characters and agency. I remember my friend telling me about how it didn't have, like, end-of-level screens. Like, oh, fuck. It didn't have end-of-level screens like Quake and Doom and shit. Okay. So long, Nightmare Lizard. It was its own, you know, like you had loading screens, but the loading screens would take you to like new and interesting places. I was like, whoa, this is the future. Okay. Yeah, like essentially we're back on kind of discussing the, you know, the immersive sim movement and all that, which I'm always happy to talk about. Yeah, the only thing that really curbed Deus Ex was that, like, playing it was kind of trash. Ah, okay, Greylock, this is actually one of my favorite little topics. So, do you miss Oni, or do you miss 90s anime? Do you miss the time when you played Oni? Oh man, that guy's gonna break my shit. Okay. Assuming Lizard Guy doesn't go after me. Yeah, okay, we're good. Okay, but the big millipede is mad. Kind of understandably so. I just ate one of his kids. That lizard just ate one of his kids. Wait, whose millipede is it anyway? The creatures are made up and the lives don't matter. Ah, fuck, we're here. No, you're right the first time. It's OVA. Final Fantasy the anime sends its regards. Okay. I find myself caught in some sort of a time loop. Where time becomes a loop. Time becomes a loop. Oh no, I'm not even talking about the Spirits Within. The Spirits Within is just a mediocre film with some very confusing plot points. I am talking about the 2000s long form show about the edgy dude who was like a blend of Vincent and just about every other like edgelord character with a 3-armed Magitech gun for an arm, I guess. Okay. Dear Bats, we have ourselves at an impasse. You are my lunch, and you are trying to get through this pipe. How come you guys didn't take my pearl? There we go. I want these guys to like me this time around. Okay, so to Agananarchy, I am so sorry. I don't know why the specifically sub alerts are broken right now. 85 months is... someone told me how many years that is, and it's a lot. You'll notice that your longship has been significantly upgraded. Seriously, thank you. We were just talking about, I guess, 90s anime. Then we got onto 2000s anime with the awful, Final Fantasy Unlimited. That's the bastard. 7 years and 1 month. Okay. Okay. Now, did I just steal from them and then give them one of their jewels back so that they might like me more? Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh, that was a legitimate transaction. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm super lost, though. The unofficial sequel to the TV show Lost. KO. I am the fightiest. Okay. But yeah, if you haven't encountered Final Fantasy Unlimited, don't worry, you missed nothing. It will cure you of any kind of like 2000s anime nostalgia you may have had. Okay. There we go. Alright, we've got a full belly. I think I'm going to... Excuse me, lads. Oh, why the fuck are you here? That'll help. Remember how I gave you all those all those cool stuff? If you could go murder that gigantic millipede, that'd be awesome. And whoever it was who is operating from the shadows as a hunter of House Carl, thank you kindly for gifting Greylark a sub as well. Like, look, I know we're all fuck broke these days, and I am entirely reliant on you lot and your generosity, so I'm very grateful. Alright? And especially helping somebody else not have to deal with adverts, because boy howdy. Alright. I knew he was here somewhere. Okay. Now, is it a bit sinister of me to steal gems from the scabs and give it back to them as a gift? A little bit. But they like me now. And I want them to continue liking me, so they'll keep me alive. Okay. I'm trying to think of some 2000s anime, though, that was actually good. Learning about the whole OVA scene was kind of fascinating as a... The Animatrix? Absolutely. No lies there. Hey, Caffeine. Water and welcome. How goes it? We're just talking about, well, we were talking about 90s anime very briefly, and then, like, what was some of the 2000 stuff that was actually good? You know? Because there definitely was that, like, millennial anime phase. I absolutely adored the Tower of Druga. I also really appreciated the opening to that was completely unrelated to any of the show. So it wasn't a case of like being able to guess everything that happens in the first 5 minutes because you're actually paying attention to the introduction. Yeah, I'd say Ranma and, was it Ranma half or what have you, is definitely more of a 90s special. Although I've been told that the one that came out recently, the quote-unquote remake, is very good. Uh-oh. Like, yay, that's a lot of food. But then, why is the food all running? Again, anytime you see a swarm of moth bats coming through an area, you have to ask yourself, what are they running from that's scarier than me? Ooh, excuse me, buddy. Just need to get past you. lads. Scarier than you? I'd say toast. Okay, not scarier than the slug cat I am commanding, or scarier than me. I know what you mean. Oh, paprika. Then if we're going for paprika, then I would still say paranoia agent is like the pièce de résistance of that person's like catalog. But Tokyo Godfathers is one of the best Christmas movies of all time. That was a 2000 banger. Season 1 of Log Horizon. Long before isekai was crammed into our vocabularies sideway. The Tokyo Godfathers, I mean, watch it anytime. The world is in chaos. There are no rules. Watch a Muppet Christmas Carol in April. But Tokyo Godfathers is a beautiful Christmas movie. Okay. Excuse me, lads. Now, are you lads running from something, or you just tooling up? See, like I was saying earlier about how, if you haven't seen this game before, like, all the NPCs have patterns, behavior. So these scabs, this is a hunting party, right? Out for food, out to do a moida. They're all kind of watching me, so I can't rob them as much as I have been. Obviously, it's more difficult for them now that the rot has taken hold. Oh, you fool. Is it dead? Did you get it? I'm now wedged in a pipe with like 6 scavs, all of them trying to keep me alive. Guys, friends, buddies, come on. Okay, let's just pick a direction. Come on! Come on! Maybe lay off the soda. I'm apparently very popular in the pipes. Okay, there we go. Margin Walker says, popular in the pipes was my stripper name. Okay, there we go. Alright, I think they did actually kill it, though. Oh, something's coming, though. Okay. The hunting party doesn't quite consider me one of their own just yet. But I have to be careful because I have an explosive spear. Ooh. Okay, yeah. Oh, no, he's still in, buddy. And Jar Jar is toast. Okay, just quickly swallow a pearl. No, I'm good, I'm good. Yeah, I guess we're cool. Alright, they didn't see me swallow the pearl. That's fine. Oh my god. Okay, it is possible to have too much friendship. I cannot get through. Okay. There we go. Now all I need is a little bit of food. Oh, that's not good. There's no food there, damn. Okay, so this party, so one of the other hunting parties is coming back from the pipes. Oh yeah, I guess that guy's still super dead. Okay. Oh, lads. Fred, Watto, and welcome. Yeah, welcome to Sun Planet. Welcome to my cozy game. So I'm actually mixing things up a little bit this run. In the last run of the Watcher, I ended up in a generational super murdery scav battle with the locals. This time round, yeah, I gotta get the fuck out of here because so far none of those lizards have turned except for that first one, which I didn't have to deal with. But that will not remain. That's my lunch. Oh, dude, did you steal my lunch? Oh, snails. Okay. Yeah, so Fred, it's been really good to be back on this. I'm currently in the start of the Watcher campaign, where I'm trying to find the echoes that will eventually give me my cool powers. Ah, that's cool. Okay, I got the Chieftain as well. I think that means that the... Oh, sorry. I think that means that the scabs will be super friendly. Sorry, I was just making sure it wasn't a DM from my darling, and it isn't. It's someone trying to scam me on Discord. Brilliant. Oh, you're the chief ambassador of a product. There's sure a lot of praying emojis in your description, and product is spelt wrong. No, it's for whatever reason, everyone has been telling me to get off Streamlabs for years, and for them, and they are right. There's nothing else to really be adding. Like I stuck with Streamlabs because the amount of time it would take to move off onto another like alert system is quite a lot. But last week and now today, like alerts just aren't working. Ooh. You know, I can tell every time you check on it because the smell is amazing. Oh, we got beef. So yeah, I went to go check to find out what was going on with the bloody, you know, problems with. I'll never respond to my question about Drizzle Domicile. Drizzle Domicile should be my Rain World podcast. I don't know. Maybe we'll annoy some of the Rain World hardcore homies when we finished this run proper. Squad. Yeah, see, they like me now. They will fight by my side. Just, let me get my shit. Remember, friends, it's socially okay to pay people with money you stole from them. Ah, right. I do think, though, that the only way out, unfortunately, is through. Just hoping that... No! I was just going to say, I hope Team Dingus doesn't try and follow me through here. Yeah, you're... I'm basically just trying to stockpile grenades. Oh, right, yeah, let's go this way. Because if we are going to take on Big Red at some point in this run... What's for you? Thank you. Okay, there you go. Oh, fuck. So the answer is yes, you can join Team Dingus. Team Dingus is about to have a really bad time, though. Okay, now this is cool. I kind of wish the scabs would stop trying to be my friend quite as hard as they are. They keep cramming me through pipes, but but this is fine. Fuck! That's what I get. That's what I get. You're fucking shitting me. Sorry, that you're fucking shitting me was again. That was yet another spam bot trying to get my attention. Because what I did is I posted in Streamlabs saying like, "Oh, good, at least this time they're acknowledging that shit's broken." And like, on the one hand, I know what it's like being a community manager, and you know it sucks when there's technical outages. But at the same time, like the other times this has happened, Streamlabs just don't acknowledge it and hope that we won't communicate. You know, it's not like you lot throwing in subs or, you know, donations and the shit is how I fucking live. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. As we've discussed many times, Fred, I'm not the cool kind of undead. Actually. Give ourselves a nice little warm glow. We never actually worked out what kind of undead I am. But it's not one of the cool ones. It's not one of the ones that people look at and go, "Oh man, it must be so cool to be like that." It's one of the ones they go, "Oh, oh no, oh I'm so sorry." God, this is so. Don't do it, buddy. Okay. See? That's why you take turns. No, I'm just laughing at putting the kin in bacon. It's Bacon Avenger. I'm not a vampire, but I'm more problematic. Well, I think it's, you know, in the undead alignment chart. Go help the homies. Woohoo! Oh, didn't quite manage to help the homie there. Just gotta hope Big Green actually wants a people snack. Alright. Don't worry, got an idea. Okay. Yeah. The blue ones are fast and they can climb, but they're not very sturdy. There's one thing about lizards you've got to know. It's The red ones go faster. And by faster, I mean they fucking kill you. Okay. They are not sturdy like tables. Okay. 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 God, we'll probably hit Dragon Slayer before we've even gotten the extent of our time warping powers. Why did I get Outlaw? I was helping. Okay. No, I think we have to head further back. Because at some point we have to go back to the earlier slot and have another conversation with one of the Hey up, big bastard. Yeah. Yeah. You ready to rumble? Ready to rumble? Got 2 spears in your bum. What are you going to do about that? So I guess this is more of a fun fact for Greylark than for anybody else, because Greylark is a musician in their own right. The initial dev team on Rainworld was 4 people. You know, Joie was the program genius behind this. But it wasn't just an all-him show, it was a 4-person team. Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm so shit. Oh, I'm gonna shush my stupid face. Oh, thankfully he's got his Talon Core. You know what? We've got a full belly. We don't need to fuck with that guy. We can just leave. So James and Lydia, 2 of the OG folks on Rainworld, were part of a duo called Bright Primate, back when making chiptunes was oh no! So I might have jumped a little too high there. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Oh, I swear to fuck if it's another bot. It is. It is. Also, just as an FYI, after posting here, I got hit with 4 different bot accounts. All of them mutuals in this server. love that for me. Okay. I'm back. No, so it was just a thing of like, obviously, so you had Joie, James and Lydia, and Dell. Dell being the illustrator, and I couldn't point to exactly, aside from the music, what they contributed to directly. I would bet cash money dollars, you know, a lot of story beats. A lot of story beats, a lot of narrative goodness. Come on, buddy. Rematch. Let's go. Let's go. Let's regain my honor. But it just... I'm going to try and see if I can get this guy's mask off. I think he's having a bad time. Oh, you just wanted a free meal. You just wanted to steal the thing that I rightfully murdered. How's that working out for you, huh, buddy? How's that working out for you? See, I haven't hurt it enough to kill it. But I've hurt it enough that it can't quite take flight unaccosted. Darn it, map spear. Yeah, notice it's moving its face away from me because it knows what I'm trying to do. You better run. Alright, now time for my lunch. I think the bone masks are supposed to be kind of like exoskeletal because they can keep functioning without a mask, but it does seem to be a thing that they grow. Now, not all of the creatures in this world are completely natural. One of the things that you find out later on is that the slugcats were actually originally grown. They were supposed to keep the supercomputers and ducts free of like bugs and problems, which is how they can move so like speedily through pipes in the oak. And they're like cats, just smart enough to get themselves into trouble. It's even got a karma flower where I leapt to my death. The thing is, the next screen down, you can leap off, and that, if I make the jump, will get us roughly back to where I'm aiming to. Oh, fuck. Oh, he's mad. He is big mad. Look how hardcore he's going for me. Beep. You know what? Maybe we should rest here. I hear the beating of angry wings above me. And I think, nap time? Nap time. Ooh, nap time with explosives. Damn. Something was trying to make its way in pretty severely. An obvious lie because they were created of how cute they are because of Pebs. Yep. Cats don't need a reason to exist. Hey, look, Greylark. Hopefully.
Oh hey, it's the Lance game. When do we see? Oh wait.
You impale and consume one child one time, and suddenly you're that guy. Oh, the Lance is no relation to Lance Icarus. It's the first slug pup we had. I accidentally speared it, didn't realize I had, and then accidentally kinda ate it. Don't worry about it. Bacon, seriously, thank you for the bits. And Greylock, yeah, I hope you have a lovely rest of your day, and, you know, it's always nice to be a little force of good in the world, you know? Even if it is just you're getting to watch me get fucking destroyed at Rainworld. Slugcats eating Tide Pods. Okay. So that gate, that led us towards the farm array. And we spoke to the... That was the first of the little ones we spoke to. And we spoke to the one over at... sorry, we spoke to the Echo at Farm Arrays, and we spoke to the Echo at... fucking... not Blighttown. The Shaded Citadel. So yeah, so right now, I guess we're looking to find some of the others. Maybe head back the way I came. See, that's what I was trying to do earlier. Little help, friends? Okay. And we just need more spears. We do have those. I'm keeping the grenade just in case. Verdant, this is the best cursed thing I think you've done in a long time. Friends, I don't know when we'll be doing it, but if what Verdant is planning comes to pass, and Caffeine... I either hope that you are sitting down or not listening. Verdant may or may not have acquired the DVD with director's commentary for Street Fighter: The Legend of Chun-Li. Is it me, or is that baby Newt Newt seem to have kind of adopted me? Okay. There we go. In the words of RoboCop, we're back, baby. Yeah, it does feel like that baby Newt Newt is following me. Like, you don't even understand. Little Fire and I suffered through Resident Evil Return to Raccoon City, and The Legend of Chun-Li is worse. Oh, okay. How much time have we got? Not long. Alright. Fuck. Alright, where's the nearest shelter? Fuck. Okay. Shit. Okay, I don't know if we're going to make it. We're going to go up and across. That is considerably easier said than done. Alright. Got a motor. We got a mosey. Core blimey governor. Drop wigs. Stop being embarrassing. We're so bad. You did volunteer, though. I'm not saying you don't deserve sympathy for your pain, but Little Fire, you did volunteer. Okay, come on, little guy, pick up the pace. My adopted Newt Newt, I guess. Oh, I don't think we're gonna make it. Come on, little guy. The ears stop coming and they don't stop coming. Fucking mimic! It makes sense not to live for fun. We might make it. Fuck. The rain just straight up crushed every bone in our little body. You can leave the British spawn at point. You can leave the British spawn point, but you can never leave being British. It's a curse. It's inflicted. Okay. Oh shit. No. No, no. Okay, that's where I need to go. And I wish I didn't. Alright. Okay, look. I didn't mean to. Okay? Oh! Fucking hell. Look, baby Newt Newt's still alive. And again, Mama Newt Newt wasn't too pissed at me that the baby was following me. So maybe she's just written that kid off. maybe that Newt Newt baby was a disappointment and they didn't want him anymore. What? How do you explain Mama Newt Newt not spearing me through the fucking eyeball? Because I don't have an explanation for that. I should be 18 kinds of dead right now. I should be a fucking Dead World's, you know, super pass holder. Don't tell Mama Newt Newt the babysitter's a loon. One of the explosives. Oh, no, caffeine. But, oh, absolute tish tosh and poddle. I've made sure Little Fire stays caffeinated. It's in my own safety. I know where we gotta go. It involves going to the scary place. Okay, now this is good. We've got like a little ambush box if things get bad. But what I will say is that the accusations of... Okay, we're good. I'm just going to say the accusations of evil aren't completely unfounded. Because caffeine, I don't know if Verdant has let you know. Did you know seminal cinematic masterpiece Street Fighter: The Legend of Chun-Li has a DVD, and the DVD has director's commentary? Welcome to hell! Is that infected Big Red? Oh, I'm so fucked. Reinforcements have arrived. Reinforcements have run the fuck away. Alright, lads, come on. Yeah, hunting party, let's go. Nah, everybody in. Cowards. Oh, you're waiting for me to go first. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Oh, we're in shit. We've had a friendly fire incident. Accidentally shoot and or throw one baby Newt Newt, suddenly you're that fucking guy. Cut your aims off, mate. Surprising absolutely no one. The scavs do not want to help me anymore. The red one is so fast. And angry. Go on, Big Green. Oh, shit. Okay, Big Green's down. The Mimic got Big Green. Jesus, the Mimic got the other one as well? Don't you do fucking cartwheels, mate. I saved your life. Okay. Big Red's fucked off. I have a full belly-ish. Okay. This is the most stable we're going to be. The scabs have forgiven me for the friendly fire incident. Ha! That noise you just heard there, that's what happens when you hit a jet lizard in the bit that keeps the gas. I can't even... That scav, I choose trapped in the pipe above. There's nothing I can do for him. He's fucked. So yeah, so friends, Little Fire is not streaming this evening. They are taking a break as part-time gig stuff is kicking off tomorrow. But Gremlin Day is this Saturday. And we're going to be going hard for that. Buddy, I need you to go the other way. Yeah. To zig when I'm supposed to zag. Oh, fuck off. Well, can't complain if I'm getting savage over here. Just with, I mean, guys, listen. Will does his best. This little guy. It's my birthday. But yes, so yeah, so this Saturday is Jess's 8-year anniversary of streaming. As we started pretty much like same month, just I was just a few weeks ahead. Okay, here we go. So I'm going to be trying to get to the... No, I'm not. Yeah, I see it, buddy. Do you have a spear you can lend me, or... Oh, this place is all bad. Rain rod's an easy game for babies. Ah, he couldn't leave me one spear. Fine, me and my 2 rocks will go handle this. My idiot hunting party is here. No, it's not my birthday. It's not actually my birthday. Here we go. Okay. So yeah, so on Saturday we're gonna be doing like a short little stream over here as kind of a, you know, I get to be the proper warm-up act for the 8-year Gremlin Day. It's really cool. Okay, it is eerily quiet on this side, and I need at least one thing to eat to be able to sleep. But, oh fucking hell, this place. Welcome to Chimney Canopy, but bad. The Chimney Canopy is already a bit of a hellish nightmare. The open air means that it is rife with vultures, but it also means you can summon vultures, which is fun. Wait, no, what's that other thing? Horrifying. Okay. the little wiggler's still alive. Oh, yeah, if you've not seen a lot of Rain World, you haven't seen what these little guys do. They aren't just a portable snack pack. Let's see if we can find a suitable place to unleash it. See, whatever the vultures actually are, those little lasers and things you see coming out of king vultures, those aren't, like, UI representation. They make those little lights. Very scary very quickly. Okay. I don't know if I'm just having the best luck or the worst luck right now. Okay. Okay. Okay, so that big caramel-looking lizard, that thing's no joke. Unfortunately, I had to book it before I could unleash these little guys. You notice how it was kind of like signaling, like a little light? If the signal goes green... If the signal goes green, that means that it's successfully summoned one of the vultures to come protect it. If it goes red, it means that there's nowhere for the vultures to kind of get to them from. Sorry, and to the real hunter, I didn't say hi when you came in. I'm sorry. Oh, fuck. Greetings will have to wait. Can't keep both of them, so we'll try one here again. So yeah, so those little bugs, I'm not sure if they're meant to be like the babies or if they're meant to be the... Oh, fuck. I'm in so much trouble. Nah, that's it. That's what I get for being cocky. Okay. So those little bugs, super powerful. The problem is, I was running my mouth trying to summon them, and I did. You can also spear these little bastards and then have them as a snack. Hey up, lads. Oh yeah, the little blue, well, bluey green things sticking out. Those are observers. They're kind of like biomechanical assistants. What's up, lads? The scabs seem obsessed with trying to kill him because I think, you know, they kind of drop things that are not too dissimilar. Ooh, shit. Oh, you are fucking me sideways. You guys gonna help? One stream, 26 deaths. Okay. As we are at the 7-hour mark. God, time flies when you're rain welding it up. I'm gonna nip to the pisser. Let me put some jams on for you all. Oh, because I'm definitely going to get myself repeatedly murdered. Because, yeah, Hunter, apparently I've made friends with the angriest glow stick. Like, why do I keep using the little signal flare bug? I don't know. Okay, but, because I should have done this earlier. As I said, Little Fire, my better half, has a big stream planned for this Saturday. So if you're not following, please change that. That's the big one. all right. Let me put some jams on. Show off some more rain weld in the background. I'm going to take a breath so that I don't just keep getting myself killed trying to show off using the glow sticks. And I'll be back with you all in just a second. Hello, hello. So we're going to have a little putter around this area. I have that thing right now, which is like I've been wanting to get back to Rain World for so long, and you know we've been doing a good 5 hours of Rain World today. So we're gonna have a little putter around. I don't think we're gonna make much headway, but honestly, I just want to use this last little bit of this, you know, I shouldn't say last bit of the stream, but this part of the evening to just catch up with you all. Like, one of the lovely things about not spending money on booze is having money to spend on little things. So I got 2 books that I've been desperate to pick up. Those being, you know what, fuck it. You guys are going to be boring. I'm going to turn this into a party. So 2 books that I've been desperate to get for a while. One called... Oi, come back here. Thank you. Notice all of the scabs made a fucking run for it. Cowards. Shit. So one of the books is There Is No Anti-Memetics Division. And the other is the sequel to Strange Architecture, Strange Buildings. I haven't started either of them because, like, I've been really enjoying Usegi's... Well, okay. I've been enjoying Usegi's style of writing. I do think that Strange Pictures is not as good as their other work. Mr. Vulture, what can you see? There is a nightmare creature. No, don't go after me! Oh shit, he actually got him. Thanks, Mr. Vulture. Agananaki finished The Assassin's Apprentice over the weekend. Nice. I really wanted to like Blackfish, and I might give it another go. It's like a... Oh, no. It's still alive. It's just a nightmare. I really wanted to like Blackfish, which is a, like... I don't know how to describe it. I don't want to call it post-apocalyptic, because it's not. You know, basically in a world where the sea levels rose, one of the last functioning cities, kind of based on an oil platform and whatnot. Oh shit! I actually got that guy. I feel kind of bad. You can have the leftovers. A technological city based upon an old computer-controlled oil rig. And, you know, the stories of the people who live there. You know that thing where you start a book and you meet a couple of characters and you're like, fuck, this book is fucking rad, you know, I could get into this. And then you meet the rest of the characters and you're like, I do not give 2 hot shits about you lot. Fuck you, mate. And it was definitely a one of those. Oh shit, wrong way, wrong way, wrong way. And after Operation Bounce House, Evelyn Hardcastle, and just like banger after banger, it's really hard when you go to a book and you just feel like you're struggling through it. Oh, come on. Come on. Guess who made it away? This little slug cat. Probably not going to be able to make it much further. Oh, so pink lizards can climb pipes, but they can't climb the scenery. Shit, might actually be able to bank some of these kills if I can eat another bat. Shit. Oh, one of the other things in Rainworld is that in the end score, it will keep tally of all the things that you murdered. But you have to murder something and then make it back to shelter to sleep, otherwise it doesn't count. That's why the Godzilla kill was such a huge thing. Nah, so Blackfish is one of those ones where the quote-unquote protagonist, the character that we're actually like interested in following, is this woman who shows up with an orca and a polar bear. Oh, I got his face. I got his face off. Like in that movie Face Off. Oh, he's gonna be pissed. Alright, we just gotta make it back to the shelter. Got your face. And because he's missing a face, the other vultures will consider him to be food. The scavs already like me, so I don't gotta worry, but so yeah, it's a really cool writing premise in that we learn about the character who rides the orca and, you know, uses a spear that seems to be carved from a whale's jawbone from all these different characters. It's just, of those characters, two are obnoxious and one of them is just, I don't know, at a time when we're all struggling, it's hard to relate to a character throwing all of their shit away for, I don't know, regrets of teenage youth lost. Like, it's not a bad book. It does also suffer from a little bit of badly written queer characters, which might work if the character in question being written wasn't an arse. But yeah, not badly as an offensive, badly as in like Willow's girlfriend in Buffy. I can't remember it. It's Terra. Why did I want to say Dawn?
That's Buffy's sister.
Oh, okay.
Jesus.
I will say, the addition of Buffy's sister is still one of the best little cool conceits that show ever did. That she's just suddenly in the opening credits. What? I haven't watched Buffy again in ages. Just a little guy. Oh, fuck. He's pissed. Woo! Got your mate's face. But yeah, so... oh, the other book I've got, which is one I've been wanting to read for ages since I watched a short film based on it, is called There Is No Anti-Memetics Department. It's an SCP book about, well, I mean, there is no anti-memetics department. Or division, sorry. So I've got those to look forward to. If you haven't seen it, alright, I guess we're kind of just into Will Gets Eaten and chat mode. So, this is the series that I got into this year. So, Strange Houses and Strange Pictures. Strange Pictures is fine. It's a drama with a little bit of like a woo. Strange Houses is fucking brilliant. It is a horror story told through floor plans. It's so good. And in its Chonkio vision, I have this one to look forward to. Yeah. Well, and the thing is like, I like reading, but I am dyslexic. And there are certain kinds of books that really bounce off my noggin. Oh. No, not for you. My mask, not for you. Agananki, if you trust me on literary recommendations, just get Strange Houses, because there isn't really a good analogy. It is a horror. It is a horror, it is a puzzle, it is a glorious reveal. You know? One of the reasons why I've been enjoying Dungeon Crawler Carl so much is because... Oh, sorry, I skipped a beat there. Being dyslexic and enjoying literature means that there's just certain books that work really well with my brain, and that's usually based on like non-standard page structure and things like that. Dungeon Crawler Carl works because a lot of the story is told through item descriptions and, you know, systems and updates and whatnot. And it helps break up that just huge wall of text. I had this rule where if I find myself actively skipping pages... Oh, they are so pissed. If I find myself like actively skipping pages because I'm avoiding a character or a plot beat or something, I'm just at the point now where I'm like, you know what? Life's too short. Ooh, look who's angry. It's me bloody spear. Got a bloke with a bloody great hammer and a bloke with a bloody great spear. And when we die, we get a free ride from a hot chicken combat gear. We got law gods, we got war gods, we got knock you down to the floor gods. Sorry, I'm at that level of Rain World. I'm just singing old LARP songs. Okay. Aganaki says closest I have. Oh, if you start checking to see how many pages are left. You know what? I haven't found myself doing that with literature I haven't been enjoying. But I guess it's because there haven't been many books where I felt that, like, completion That's what I get. That completion compulsion. Okay. I think I need to accept that I'm in the chaos zone and that all the fervor and excitement of getting back to Rainworld doesn't mean that it is smart to basically balk my run with Rot before I've even started. But then look, okay, look in the top corner. That's the guy whose face I pulled off. It's just, the ecology of this is so fascinating because he will get bullied and attacked by the other vultures without his mask. And I don't know if I mentioned, when you have the mask on, lizards will also run from you. Rot's your friend, Will. Embrace the rot. I did, Fred. It took me 55 hours, but I did the rot ending. It was so hard. Ah, okay. Agonaniki was saying most of the books that they're reading are rule books, so it's basically get in my head. And that's fair. I was thinking about it last night, and I was like, one of the things that I really enjoyed from the World of Darkness books, the reason why I kept coming back to them were actually like the little story beats and excerpts, you know, in like the flavor text sections, or usually the chapters would have like a little short story on them. I still remember one very vividly, or maybe I'm misremembering it, but a group of vampire hunters redirecting a vampire's flight to a specific airport that prided itself on having a huge open dome so you could see the planes taking off, so there'd be no shelter from the sun. So yeah. It's definitely helped having non-gaming, non-construction hobbies, because it's been a few years, but I really hurt myself back when Sniper Elite 5 dropped, because I was playing Sniper Elite 5 and I was streaming and typing and sending emails, also wrangling 2 large dogs, and I think I'd gotten into Neon White at the same time, and I fucked my hands. So it's been really good to rotate that kind of stuff to keep myself from doing a damage. Then again, I did hurt my hand from reading Dungeon Crawler Carl in the bath and holding the whole like fucking hardback book in one hand. That's dropping next month. Got more Dungeon Crawler Carl, and from punching the back end of a stop sign. It's all good. It's all good. Oh, so yeah. Okay, friends. Okay. Hang on. So, wait. I'm going to take this as a good gameplay stopping point. And while I do not have a little fire to pass you on over to, I will find someone lovely streaming on. There's this website that I've been frequenting called twitch.television. Yeah. And DJ's oh okay, we'll see how these folks are doing. God, these adverts are terrible. Okay. And breathe. I'm just so excited to be back and playing this. Like, we've got ages before we really start to open up the pit on the Watcher. And I do remember at this point when we were playing and I was thinking like, man, the Watcher's just another playthrough of Rainworld, but just with harder lizards. We haven't even gotten there. Like, there will be time travel. There will be portal warping. There will be chaos par extraordinaire. And I don't even know what these 2 new endings are. One of them is just described as the true ending, and that's all I know. When we started playing this at launch, there was only 2 endings. One was the spinning top, and the other was the Prince of Rot. Rhyme unintentional. Sounds like a fake website. Yeah, I'm sorry you had to find out like this. I actually made up Twitch. This has been a long con. The whole time, Twitch.television was a fake website that I made up. Ooh. Agananaki was just saying their mouse finger has been twitching for a few weeks. I had to stop playing Hades. Yeah. I find so long as I rotate different hobbies and actually let my fucking hands rest sometimes. You know, obviously not wrangling big dogs is the big one that's been saving my digits. Okay. Now that I have stopped with the rain world, the mental exhaustion has caught up with me. So I'm just having a look over on the side to see which of our friendos is live and what they're up to and, you know, where we want to take things. Okay. Yeah, I think I've got a good spread. Okay. Yes, Verdant is correct. I've been lying when I said that the .tv and Twitch TV stands for television. It does stand for totally invented because I made it up. Dan Clancy is actually a mate of mine, and I've had him just playing this role now for a couple years. He kind of ran with it, which has been a bit unsettling. But, you know, I appreciate the dedication. Look, it seems like you've all had a really good time with this. I try and do my best and pick games that I think you all are going to enjoy, or at least will make for good conversation or, you know, background banter and what have you. Tomorrow, I've got a good 1-2 punch. So tomorrow we are going to be finishing off Replaced. And/or I also have Beyond the Doors that I'd like to show you, because I don't think Beyond the Doors is quite ready for a full stream, but imagine Voices of the Void in a like liminal brutalist apartment complex. You pace like listening devices and stuff around to try and find things that you've been requested. Yeah, no, Verton, unfortunately we are in a Superman spin-off. Jeffrey Bezos is probably an anagram of Lex Luthor's dad's name or something. So. Okay. Anyway, friends, it is time to bring our adventures to a close. I have a choice for you. You can either do some What Remains of Edith Finch, some Marathon, or some art, whichever of those strikes your fancy. Friends, thank you. I hope you've had a really good time with this. Okay, I would like to thank the following people for throwing in cash money dollars, actually keeping this whole fucking thing going. And yeah, for Turbo KPM, I hope you had a good time. Good to meet you. Come talk video games with us. To MDH Rights, to Megaboss, Eudora, Kari Zero, Jamami, Lyrus, and Agananaki and Margin Walker and Virals, heckin' thank you. Okay. To J-Post, Ehrman, Simple Chaos, Lyrus, Scotty, Vanderbeest, Divershi, Bacon Avenger, and Down on a Dwarf. As you well know, bits are literally throwing cash to keep this whole thing going, so fucking thank you. To Nova, Moose, Caffeine, and Tal, thanks for being the best mods a person could ask for. And last but by no means least, Nodeski, you fucking ledge. Thank you for a raid. Lyrus votes for whichever is most chill. That is going to be my buddy Josh. Josh is working on some styrofoam crafting environments. Yeah, Virals, you got a secret credit. I'm sorry, the fucking the bullshit today ate your official alert and acknowledgement, but I am very grateful, so thank you. Right, Josh is another games industry survivor. He has made some huge diorama works and all kinds of cool shit, so go have a natter, or just watch him make cool shit out of foam. Either way, friends, I'll see you all tomorrow for replacing some Beyond the Doors, and yeah, have a lovely rest of your night. Sneak indeed. Okay. Onward.